Dzień dobry Państwu. Nie wiem, czy to...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am not sure whether everyone's in the room or anyone is still joining us, but I see there are a lot of free spots. I am pleased to meet you today. I hope you are in good moods, and we are looking forward to inspiring analysis and interesting conclusions, very interesting to all of us. I think that some of the things that we are going to talk about and the report that we are going to discuss is not that colorful and rainbowy as we would wish, but when I looked at the report Open for Business 2023, we can see a lot of numbers, a lot of figures and indicators which are a little bit better than in previous years. But we can still see, and I think it's quite difficult to cope with that, we are in a country that, as far as tolerance towards LGBTQ plus community, is sadly at one of the last spots in the European rankings. And this is one of the infos that I thought about posters during protests or demonstrations, as far, especially for those who protested in the 70s and 80s, that we cannot believe that we still have to protest these things. And I think that this is yet again another time that we meet and have to make a difference. And of course, this is one of the ways to do it. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. My name is Michał Giersz, and I am very happy to be here. And I don't want to take any more time. I would like to invite to the stage Iwona Słowiczewska-Knap, who is the member of the board at ABSL. When several weeks ago, together with our partners, Open for Business and NatWest, we started our talks in order to organize this forum. We had a lot of doubts. Is it going to work out? Is the community going to be interested in it? Is there going to be some interest on part of the partners and business? And now I really do think that we took this risk. It's great that we took this risk and that we are here together. ABSL has been active in Poland for the past 15 years, and from the very beginning we wanted to have respect for diversity, working in different cultures and in different languages. We are an organization which is a platform for exchange of knowledge, experiences, and inspirations, because we do believe that by learning from each other, inspiring each other, drawing conclusions from our successes and failures, we can really impact our environment. We really need a systemic change in Poland, and we as ABSL want to be a part of this change. And this is why we are here together with you. We want to discuss, we want to look for solutions which are going to accelerate this change. I am very grateful that you are here with us. I wish you fruitful discussion and that this day is very successful. Thank you to Open for Business and thank you to NatWest for being here and for cooperating with us. Once again, thank you very much for being here together. We are going to discuss change in detail later on, because this is why we met here, why we are meeting here today. This is not the end of the introduction. We have also Andy Melia, who's the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Open for Business. Please come to the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us.
So, my ability to speak other languages is sadly lacking, but I wanted to say hello, welcome, and thank you for joining us. As I said, I'm Andy Melia. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Open for Business. And on behalf of us and our coalition, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all to the 2023 LGBTQ+ Diamond Forum. As an organisation, we know how fundamentally important the economic case for LGBTQ+ inclusion can be in supporting businesses to take action. And and I'm looking forward to a fascinating day of discussions and insights that can help share the message about the opportunities for Poland in creating a more inclusive society and economy, and the inclusive dividend that this can deliver for businesses. It's a real pleasure to be here today. I know a lot of hard work has gone into making it happen, and there's a number of people I just want to say thank you on behalf of the team at Open for Business. Firstly, our conference co-organisers, in particular Pavel, Ivona, and the team at ABSL, and Andre, Derek, and the team at NatWest. We're excited to be able to collaborate and bring together the resources, networks, and expertise of all three of our organisations through today. A special thanks also to Jennifer McNaughton and the team at the UK Embassy for their patronage of this event and being huge advocates for this work. And of course to our network of coalition partners. And finally to Bart and the network of networks on our programme advisory board, who are doing such great work to make businesses in Poland more inclusive. We're thrilled today to be launching the 2023 election business primer. This builds on the amazing work of our team and the success of our 2021 Central and Eastern European report. George, my colleague, will be taking you through the highlights of the report shortly, and I hope it's of use to all of you in helping make the case for inclusion. We know that the upcoming election campaign period will be a challenging time for the country, but we also know that the business community stands on the side of equality and inclusion and against discrimination of the LGBTQ+ community, and that it will be critical for Polish businesses, both large and small, to stand with us during this period. I hope today's meeting will inform and inspire us all to take even a small step towards action during the next few months and beyond. Thank you all so much and enjoy the day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Tak, zapomniałem powiedzieć, jeżeli to od początku nie było jasne.
I forgot to tell you that we are mainly going to use Polish, but part of our meeting is going to be held in English, but we have our interpreters here and the devices that will allow you to listen to the interpretation. Jennifer McNaughton, who's been mentioned by the speaker now, is now going to take the floor.
Okay. I have a bit of a problem, which is as soon as I pick up a microphone, I feel a bit like I should be at Glastonbury, or perhaps doing karaoke, or at least singing in my lounge at home, but I am not a good singer, so I will do my best to stick to what I've been asked to do today. So, dzień dobry, to ogromna przyjemność być tutaj.
Good afternoon, I'm very happy to be here.
For inviting us. Jestem przekonana, że wielu z nas
I am convinced that all of you are full of positive energy after the Saturday's Pride Parade in Warsaw, and I am sure that we are going to use this energy in our inspiring talks today. I am extremely pleased that the British Embassy is an honorary patron of the LGBT+ Diamonds Forum. For many years now, we've been cooperating with Open for Business and NatWest as far as inclusive business is concerned. This is why I am very happy and satisfied to observe how NatWest, ABSL, and Open for Business have joined forces in order to create this very inspiring event, as well as to strengthen cooperation for open and tolerant workplaces, where everyone can be themselves and who can feel safe. Because it's about connecting today. Strong involvement of the public sector and private sector, as well as civic society, is crucial. The research in the last year's Open for Business report show that discrimination simply is not profitable. Both societies and companies who do not create an atmosphere, a climate of tolerance, and who don't allow their employees to be themselves, limit their creativity and productivity, and thus they impact negatively their organizations. The British government and British companies know about that for many years now, and they cooperate in order to improve equality at workplaces. They celebrate diversity and tolerance and support societies who value dignity and human rights of the members of the LGBTQ+ community, and who bring together people through open dialogue where all voices can be heard.
Businesses, we too have more to do. Mamy dzisiaj wśród nas.
There are a lot of great guests participating in this event. They are executives in big companies, and I am firmly convinced that the well-being of your employees is at your heart. This is why we are here to exchange best practices and experiences in order to create inclusive culture of work that improves openness. The British Embassy does not only sign the letter every year to support the LGBTQ+ community, but it also participates in equality marches and shows the equality or pride flags against homophobia, transphobia. On the occasion of the Pride Month, we have also decorated our office with rainbow flags, and such gestures of us as employers are not only a signal to the outside world, but also are a signal to those within our organizations. We want to clearly communicate to our LGBTQ+ employees that they have the right to be themselves, that they can feel secure, and we will support them in order for them to be able to use their potential to the fullest and to have satisfaction in their work, so that every month of the year is a month of pride.
Thank you, dziękujemy. Ja, jeżeli mogę, bardzo krótko, mam dwie.
I have two remarks concerning this introductory note. As far as karaoke is concerned, we have a party at 10 p.m. today. I am not sure whether karaoke is on the agenda today, but it is clear that we lose our profits due to this social situation that we have now. And you can read more about that in the report. There are some figures, some numbers, which show you how much it costs. Now, before we move to the report, I wanted to express my thanks to those who were most important, who allowed us to meet today, the organizers of this forum. Sorry, there is one important person that hasn't joined us today, but the ambassador of the United States wanted to say a few words.
Diamonds Forum. I am so impressed with your work to ensure that all Poles can thrive in open and inclusive workplaces. This topic matters, and it's great to see businesses, NGOs, and the LGBT+ community coming together to promote equality. The equality movement in the United States, in Poland, and around the world has made impressive strides. Creating equality in the workplace is not just the right thing to do. It also makes business sense. Research provides hard evidence to something so fundamental, it should be self-evident. Różnorodność w miejscu pracy to innowacyjność i konkurencyjność.
Serdecznie dziękujemy.
Thank you.
Pospieszyłem się, ale to teraz będzie.
I jumped the gun, but let me now introduce the organizers, ABSL, NatWest, and Open for Business. Thank you so much. And the honorary patrons, the British Embassy in Warsaw, the Diversity Charter, and the Equality Parade. These are our special sponsors. And our partners, let me list them one after another. ISS, that's our main partner. Other partners include Accenture, City, and IKEA. Other partners, 3M, Colliers, Dentons, EY, Google, John Deere, KMD, Linklaters, Moderna, Nordea, PwC, Roche, SII, and Uber. Thank you very much for coming and joining in such impressive numbers. And to media partners, Forbes Women and Replica. And now, without further ado, let's move on to the gist of our debates today. The presentation from Open for Business. George Peloff, over to you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Good. I'm not going to try to speak Polish, but I will say dobre. Dobre. Thank you. You know, it's funny, as you can hear, I'm an American, and but I did live for many years in Japan. And in Japan, when you start a speech, you typically start with an apology. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not so interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, this will be boring, or something like that. And in the US, you typically start with a joke. So I apologize, I have no joke. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here today, back in Warsaw for Pride season. It's my third Pride season in Warsaw over the last 3 years. And I'm really thrilled that we were able to partner with ABSL and NatWest this time to bring this together, all of our work, because we all have a huge commitment to LGBT inclusion. And it's wonderful to be here in this Capitol Theater. What a great place. If only my mother could see me on stage now, finally. Anyway, next, I have the slides, thank you. So first of all, I think some of you know Open for Business a little bit, but we are a coalition of companies that take action for LGBT inclusion. And as you can see here, these are the international companies that make up our coalition. I think some of you are out there. Are any coalition members out there today who are part of us? Raise a hand. I see some hands. Excellent. Great. Thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to a very important person here who I think is hiding, Łukasz Ankiewicz, who is our Polish lead and has been working for the last 18 months with his colleague Maciej Korus to really bring our program to the Polish audience and really build it up here over the last 18 months. So a huge thank you to Łukasz and Maciej. I'm doing this right. So if you don't know a little bit about us, I'll tell you a bit. Open for Business' goal is to improve the legal and social situation for LGBT people by using the influence of the private sector. That's you. This is you. We rely on you to help us do our work. We do this in 3 ways. We have research that we do that makes the economic case and the business case for LGBT inclusion, why it's important to be doing this work. We do work at the global level. We have our cities report, which is a biannual ratings of 145 cities around the world that looks at the inclusivity levels of cities on LGBT issues, but also the economic viability. We also have our local programs, including our program here in Poland, our program in the Caribbean, our program in East Africa, and soon in Southeast Asia. And all of these programs have a local lead and a local program advisory board that helps us with our work. So, some of you may recognize this report that we did 2 years ago, which is the economic case for LGBT inclusion in Central and Eastern Europe. It is amazing how much press this has received, how much press it continues to receive, how many of you have quoted from this. I see Rafael Dembe here. Rafael Dembe, I think, has memorized this report and will speak it at any moment, at any given moment, if you let him. But today, I'm really excited to be launching our 2023 Election Business Primer for Poland. And you will receive a copy of this after lunch or at lunch. So you can take it home and share it with all your colleagues. And we're just really, we think this is, as everyone has said, this is a critical time for Poland. And as we come into the election season, I know we're going to be tested in many ways. And it's so important that the business community, which has been doing such amazing things to support LGBT inclusion, continues to do this, especially during this period. I hate showing this slide. I really hate showing this slide. And like Michal said before, I can't believe we're still here. But I think most of you know that Poland is the EU's least LGBT inclusive country, as ranked by ILGA Europe in their rainbow rankings. It is the bottom for the 4th year. And the fact that there are still 67 municipalities in Poland that have LGBT-free zones. And I know you must have, some of you must have family that live in these areas, and I just wonder how terrible it may be to be in these areas and to be living in a place where you are told you do not exist. But unfortunately, this is the reality, and this is why we've created this report, this is why we are here, and this is why we need your continued support over the next few months and beyond. I think the good news is what we've seen, and you'll see this in our report, is that over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of public opinion change around LGBT issues. I think Kantar just did a study that showed that 57% of people support LGBT civil marriages. That's a huge number. That's not so far off from numbers in Western Europe and the United States. And this data, which is very new data from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD, actually shows that business people have better and stronger values towards LGBT people, which I think is very encouraging because you work with LGBT people, you are LGBT people, you understand how LGBT people are contributing to your companies, and you know that inclusivity is the right way to go. So I think there's some very positive news here. And this data point is from our original report, and I think it really has received the most pickup in Poland when we talk about this issue. And this is a huge issue, that fact that discrimination costs Poland. It's costing Poland 9.5 billion zloty a year. And that's just from data that we can quantify. That's from economic discrimination, the wage gap that exists between queer people and straight people, and also from the health discrimination issues and issues of depression, which we know affects the LGBT community in a much larger percentage than the straight community. And since we released this report 2 years ago, we found that there's a huge number of data points we probably aren't even covering and haven't covered to show that there is this number is probably even larger because we're not looking at foreign direct investment, we're not looking at brain drain, we're not looking at so many other factors that may factor in to this discrimination. And I mentioned brain drain, and this is also from our original report. This shows that Poland is really having a hard time retaining highly skilled workers. This data is from the World Bank and LinkedIn, and we looked at where highly trained, skilled workers are going from Poland, and they're going to more inclusive societies. And we're looking at where people who are coming to Poland are coming from. They're coming from less inclusive societies. We want to build a Polish society where people want to stay and want to be because it's open and inclusive. And I think, I'm sure there's some hiring managers in this audience today. And I think as any hiring manager that I've had a discussion with in Poland will tell you that the search for talent is critical and that finding the right people is really hard. And, filling the spots, the vacancies that you have, attracting people to Poland from other European countries, not an easy job. And let's think about why this is. But the good news, I sort of go bad news, good news, bad news, good news. The good news is we have seen that more people see that inclusivity is important. I don't know if you saw this in the news. Did people see this or familiar with this? Yeah, a little bit. Great piece of data that 40 leading lawyers and economists said, we believe that there is a huge opportunity through LGBT freedom to marry, and that there's an opportunity through this for greater economic security for the LGBT community. We also know on the international level, there's been new data that comes to show that innovation is better for countries, it's better for companies, and that we're seeing that there's a dividend when you are being inclusive. It pays to be inclusive. The last point I'll make here really is you. It is the business community that has come together here in the past 2 years, and I've been working, on this project for 3 years, and it's just amazing how much work has happened in the last couple of years, and how much the Polish business community has come together to support LGBT inclusion. We have the Safe Havens report that Skanska did that mentions many of the activities that companies have done to support LGBT inclusion. The Transformacja report that Diversity Plus did with a number of companies. And last week, did you see this in Forbes Women? This was amazing. Look at this 30 companies signing a declaration to be more open and inclusive. And I just want to give are people involved in that? Were anyone Great. I mean, you all deserve a round of applause, first of all. Thank you for standing up for that. So, the big question is, where do we go now? What's going to happen now in the next few months? And what I'd like to talk a little bit about is that we know that the elections are going to be a test. And I think that, from what we've seen in the past, that LGBT issues are going to become a wedge issue, as we say, in the coming months, that there's going to be a lot of focus on LGBT issues in the elections, and we need your support. We need your support now in the things you're doing internally in your companies, which is fantastic. Keep it up. Really be supportive of your queer colleagues. But the other issue is, what can you be doing externally? And that's really what Open for Business is about, is finding what companies can do and say outside of the office confines. And in this case, we have what we call our channels of influence, which is a series of actions and steps that you can take and you can do outside of the company. Speaking at industry events, speaking out publicly, taking a stance on where you invest, speaking at any place where you can bring this discussion with you. So we think that there's a huge amount that you can do, and we will be working with our program advisory board, with our local team to help guide you. So we want to, if you are thinking about what to do in this period, come talk to us. And lastly, just to say thank you. If you're not following us already on LinkedIn or Twitter, please feel free to do so. We would love to have you join us and give updates on everything that we're doing. And I really look forward to speaking with you later. Come talk to us about what we're doing, and thank you again for being here. Your support means everything to us. Thank you.
Dziękuję.
Thank you so much. We've seen numbers, we've heard about the business environment, and we will continue this debate. Let me invite our panelists for the first debate. Iwona Dudzińska, Head of City Solutions Center, Poland. Jette Singleton, Chief People Officer, KMD. Professor Witold Orłowski, Chief Economic Advisor at PwC Polska. Krzysztof Śmiszek, Member of Parliament, and Dariusz Żak, Head of Controls, Assurance and Supply Chain at NatWest Poland. Welcome. And one other participant of this debate being you. If you have any questions or pressing points to make during the debate, please let us know by raising your hand. If not during, then maybe after the debate. We are running late, and that's totally my fault, but we'll try to find a moment after this discussion. Without further ado, good afternoon and welcome. It's great to have you all here. George has mentioned that when we look at developments in Poland compared to the previous report, in Poland, in other countries of the region, the recent 12, 24 months since the first report, the couple of years behind us, how has the environment and the attitudes to LGBTQ people in and outside your organizations changed in that period? Ivona, why don't you go first? Question, if I may. I have a question, and shall we speak Polish or English? Polish is good. I wasn't sure myself, but let's do Polish. Thank you for your question. I think we should reasonably expect this situation to change year after year. We've seen sweeping change in Poland because the business community is growing. We have new functions coming to Poland. We have expats coming to Poland. So the space is evolving. It's not changing very fast, but it's evolving. Over the past year, not much has changed in business from my perspective. I come from city, and it is in our DNA to support all our employees, regardless of their background, origin, or identity. And we have, for years, taken steps to make sure that our employees feel good and safe at their workplace. So the past year hasn't seen much change within City. Like other corporations, I'm very happy to know that the industry is taking a lot of steps to improve people's well-being and to support inclusion at the workplace. However, when it comes to progress we've made, we can see that we have more and more people engaged in these initiatives in the company. We have 7,000 employees, and City has a local bank, so all in all, we have about 10,000 staff in Poland. So we all work together. We have a network, an LGBTQ+ network in the organization. We have other networks representing diverse groups. So nearly half of all our people are engaged in those groups. So we can see that this is becoming increasingly popular with our people, and we get a lot of new talents because of the organization that we are. I think this is the main change and the main benefit. If you offer the same terms and conditions and benefits to both traditional, that is probably opposite-sex couples, and same-sex couples, and other partnerships, not straight partnerships. That's what City has been doing for years.
If you could just pass the mic, what does it look like from the viewpoint of KMD?
To need some inclusion by way of language.
Oh, I thought you had this. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, now I get your question. Yeah, so we're discussing how or if the previous years have changed kind of the environment in your, I mean, your organization in terms of LGBTQ plus inclusion, or the environment outside of the organization, if you can see the change, the progress maybe?
Thanks, that's a good question. So
Thank you.
My company develops software, and we employ about 3,000 people, 700 of them here in Warsaw. And the headquarter is, when I saw the list here of the rankings, our headquarters in the very top up in Denmark. And my company is an ancient company, it's 50 years old. And I think one of the pitfalls of being very high up in the top is that it can lead to passivity. So not much change happens if you have an understanding everything is fine. So in fact, this June 2023 is the first time that we fly the rainbow colors in all of our offices, including in Warsaw, just because we had taken things for granted. So I think it's something we have to continue to have focus on all the time, and we can't just think, we're good, everything's done. And a small side note on that story, we had invested in beautiful rainbow flags for all of our offices, and our colleagues were celebrating. In the very first weekend, when the flag was all by itself in the car park, it got stolen. So we had this understanding, we don't need to say anything, everyone knows they're included, it's fine, but apparently it's not always so fine. So it's important to actually be deliberate and overt in the support.
And I can imagine, starting a campaign may cause some kind of reactions, and I assume no one knows who took the flag because, but still this happens, this might happen.
Absolutely, and there was also a bit of a campaign before we decided to fly the rainbow colors, and we found that our company was divided in two. One that thought, we don't need to do that because everyone already knows they're included, so it's like unnecessary. And the other side who said, we're not doing enough. If we put the flag up, then they'll realize that we're not actually also doing all the great policies and celebrations. So there's a real pitfall of passivity in the middle there, because there's a fear of being cancelled.
I'd ask for this device. Moglibyśmy poprosić o to takie.
Can we ask you to bring a receiver and headphones, interpretation headset for our panelists, because it's going to be difficult for us to talk. Professor, this is a question to you. Okay, but I will attempt a different answer. You have seen that PwC has this special logo on our website where you can see colors which some people in Poland aren't very much fond of. And I think it's obvious that as a company, for many years we have been well, our standpoint has been that we support everyone and nobody should be discriminated. But I think that the problem is a little bit deeper. One thing is, of course, what happens inside of the company, which is quite natural in the company. And the other thing are coffee pause discussions. And of course, we do employ young, well-educated Poles. There are a lot of young people, but there are also some older colleagues. But I can see that the society is changing, that is getting more modern. And there are, of course, some people who think that the Poles don't accept the others, but we should then talk with the 25-year-olds who know that a change is happening. And I can also see change. We work with well-educated people, so maybe that's this difference. Of course, well-educated people understand the world better. They don't have many stereotypes. And even here we can see an improvement. Maybe it doesn't happen year on year, but I can see that well, the companies have to be prepared for reacting to different situations. And there aren't many such situations we have to react to. And I think that there is a big majority of young people who see it as completely normal. We also have a representative of an organization which is quite peculiar. We will talk about your recruitment, and I think there's going to be a casting soon. Well, to continue, I'm not going to ask you what the situation is in the Polish Sejm as far as inclusivity is concerned, but you are a person who is close to those values, and in this political and social reality, it's difficult to talk about those things and values. I was afraid that you would ask me about diversity in our company. Nothing changed in our company as far as diversity is concerned. And when listening to you representing big business, big companies where you are open to diversity, where you can see a lot of potential in diversity, where you can see a lot of benefits and also profits in diversity, and there is also this social responsibility. I think that in my company, the situation is the complete opposite of that. It is my conclusion following 4 years of term in the Polish Sejm and being the head of the team for equal treatment and LGBTQ community. I think that we don't have much to do as far as society is concerned. We have to change a lot in the Polish Sejm. I think that the society is ready for a lot of issues which are discussed openly in other countries. And you were quoting a lot of figures at the beginning of this event, that 67% of Poles would support a Civil Partnerships Act. A lot of people are for equal marriages. And when you ask about other rights or questions of same-sex couples, for example, as far as inheritance is concerned, it's nearly 80% that is for it. And the business is also part of the society and of the economy. And I think that we are part of two very different worlds. But I don't want to complain much, and I would like to sustain this optimistic approach. I am, of course, involved in LGBTQ movement. I have been involved in this movement for 20 years. And it was 20 years ago when the first draft bill on civil partnerships was presented. And the support for this act was 16%, and now it's over 60%. So we have to look at this glass that is half full. There are a lot of issues that have to be taken care of, but the figures that we have seen at the beginning, that we are the last in the rankings, or we are the last country in the European Union as far as the protection of LGBTQ community is concerned, well, we can see it every day. And the only thing, and I speak as a lawyer who has also been a part of different proceedings in companies, was the ban on discrimination at workplace. We have one of the best legislations as far as discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender is concerned. And the Polish courts have really done a great job here. Also, as far as hate speech is concerned, or same-sex couples, or ban on discrimination in other areas than workplaces, access to services, healthcare, all those things have still to be taken care of, and we really have to deal with them. I have to admit that when we were talking about this event and about your approach to all those things, I was really impressed by a lot of your initiatives. You take up a lot of very surprising initiatives. Thank you for the kind words. But before I talk about what NatWest is doing, I wanted to tell you that when we talk about the LGBTQ plus community, we end up with politics. And I think that all the good things that the companies are doing for the LGBTQ plus community, I think that in the politics, it's the other way around, and it's very difficult. And I do hope that the greats of politics will understand that it's not profitable to them, and that they eventually abandon this policy of hate. I don't like this word, but that this policy of hate really goes bankrupt. And as far as NatWest is concerned, I would like to talk about the last 5 years. 5 years ago, we started this initiative, which is called LGBT Diamonds Awards. We wanted to give awards to different people, to different NGOs who work for the benefit of the LGBT community. And 5 years ago, there were 30 submissions in 5 different categories, around 6 submissions per category. Last year, there were 160 submissions of people for awards. And I can see that more and more people are interested in that. They want to be heard about. They want to talk openly about what they do for the community. And I think that as a society, we do not agree to see these 4 letters, the LGBT, in a negative way, because there are people behind the letters. And I think that it's also important to me. I had a conversation a few years ago, a person who is a part of a rainbow organization in our company, who said that they can be themselves in our company and they cannot be themselves at home, and they wanted to be themselves beyond our company. We do know that we spend a lot of time at work, but at the same time we also have our private lives. The report that was published 2 years ago also discusses this theme, and we discussed it. And I was wondering whether it changes from your point of view, as far as, for example, recruiting new people goes. Maybe you will have some remarks then, but have you maybe encountered a situation where you had to, with a different company or with the colleagues from your company from a different country, and you had to recruit the best candidates, and it turned out that Warsaw is not such a pleasant place like Barcelona or Berlin or other city? Well, I think it's more and more often that we encounter such situations where people who are members of the LGBT community decide to relocate. I don't think that it's a big exodus, and I don't think that it's a very big problem as far as recruiting new employees goes, but these are individual decisions. And of course, we carry out exit interviews. We try to learn. We ask our employees why they are going away. And when asking this question during exit interviews, we got this answer very often. And of course, referencing everything what my predecessor said, we want Poland to be an open country. And our company does not agree to have hate speech in the public realm. And we don't want representatives of the community to feel bad, to feel unsafe outside of our office. because even though they spend a lot of time at the office and they feel safe there, depending, of course, on their workload, it's not their whole life. They would like to go out for a walk, to go to the theater, to spend a nice evening and to have friends, of course, and to have diverse friends everywhere outside of the office. And I think that it's our huge task to fulfill this role, because we are this important group due to our education, to the knowledge of different cultures, to our proximity to other countries as far as cooperation goes, and we are the only ones who can change it. But we are still a place that is very attractive both to foreigners and to Poles who live here, and to foreigners who have lived in Poland for a long time now. And we have representatives of different groups there. And I think that the fact that our companies are open is a great way of gaining talents, of getting talents to work at our companies. I remember that after last year's parade, we were present at the parade. We also went there this year. And I remember a lot of people who came to our stand and then joined us in the parade. And there were a lot of people who wanted to come work for us. And when we asked them why, they said that they have seen our stand at the parade and that they thought that we are a nice company. So I think that it's also a very important component of the branding of the company, that we are the place where they can have an unlimited, safe development here.
Tak jest.
And I have a question to Jette. Is it so in your company? Because my impression is that Poland being the last in the EU ranking, but other than that, it seems obvious for your companies to be tolerant, open, inclusive, and safe. Doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. We appreciate it because we know it's not always the case, but is it so evident?
This is magic.
Yeah, I know.
Is it so evident? It is quite evident. I think we are extremely privileged in the Danish headquarters of the inclusion level that we have. Saying that, we do have some of the things that you also mentioned, that people put their hand up and say, I'm leaving because I don't feel I can be myself. And that's a huge problem for a couple of reasons. Like I said, we deliver software, so we need as many different perspectives as possible. If we're just getting like a small slice of someone's perspective, we're not accessing that whole talent, and we're just duplicating the same and the same and the same. So we have to get people to chip in with everything that they have. So that's quite a direct impact on the quality of our products and a financial impact. But then there's also the kind of human impact. And that's where we're talking about branding. We can't afford people leaving our company and going out and saying, I didn't feel like the jokes were kind of on my expense, or I couldn't talk about my family. If that's the word in the street, then we lose a much bigger battle, which is our ability to attract talent. And we all know talent is everything nowadays. There's a scarcity of talent, especially in our industry. So we can't afford not being inclusive. So even though we have a good level, we have to keep protecting that and being overt about it.
Thanks.
Professor, I don't want to ask you specifically about PwC. You're a researcher and an economist, so you have a broader perspective. But PwC can see broader trends, perhaps, than other silo organizations. In the Open for Business report, there are lots of numbers, obviously, but can we really quantify the impact, the economic impact, the loss to GDP from not being inclusive in our country? Well, a skilled economist will tell you they can compute just about anything. So I wouldn't be too insistent on the numbers. But I think the numbers don't show the most important aspect. And I speak from my own experience, the experience of PwC. Well, for a number of years, PwC has been surveying CEOs of thousands of companies globally. It's called the CEO survey. And interestingly, for many years, the number one challenge that the respondents pointed out was to attract and retain talent. That's always number one. Not in Poland, not in this part of Europe. Here, the number one was government regulation, etc. So companies in Poland have been learning for years that attracting talent is not easy. People, talents are the biggest resource for every company. Talent retention is a skill. People are not dispensable. Talents are the most difficult resource to acquire for a company. So companies that need innovation, well, who doesn't need innovation? But companies that want to use people's talents have to know how to attract and retain talents. Otherwise, you lose. And it's not easy to compute how much you lose. Well, you can compute anything, true, but what's more important is to have a sense, a feeling. What does it mean? Well, for about 20 years, we've been running a study every couple of years of the development of 12 top Polish cities. And we have a very specific approach. It's not a plain ranking. We are not comparing them. We're just trying to show very different aspects, including quality of life and many other factors, not financial alone. So we've been running this survey for years. And I think 5 years ago, a US company wanted to meet me. And the problem was, they said, it was about one of the Polish cities. They were interested in opening a big business there. And so what are investors interested to know? Costs of labor, experts in the labor market. These are the most common questions. But they said, no, we bring people from all around the world, and the cost of labor is nothing. Doesn't matter. We are not looking for cheap labor. We are not interested in cheap labor. If we can't find people locally, we will recruit globally. It is an IT company, very specialized company. The only question they had was, will people want to live and work in this city? That was the only thing they asked. They asked, what do you think of this city? And so they didn't ask about equality, but it's obvious. For a company like that, if some talent don't want to come and live in a city because they know they may be discriminated against, that's an obvious loss. I'm not going to tell you whether they decided to open up that business, but it's self-evident. An economy which does not ensure equality will lose some of its talent and will not attract more talent. And you can calculate that in many different ways to quantify that loss. But any company, any corporation knows that. I said it, I think, last year. Discrimination is indecent, obviously. It's illegal. Article 32 of the Polish Constitution says no one may be discriminated against, but it's also illogical. It's unreasonable. If you want to inflict harm on yourself, discriminate against others. You will feel good, perversely. People who discriminate against others, I think they feel good about it, but you will pay up. You will pay. Let's switch the order. I will ask Krzysztof to sum up, but from your perspective as an organization, can you see this as a challenge? Have you had people come up and say, it's all nice and well, but not really? Well, luckily, NatWest in Poland hasn't seen talent attrition due to the general situation in Poland. But, well, only yesterday we took part in a conference of one of our business lines in the UK. 4,000 or 5,000 people in this function. And there was one slide in a presentation about the Rainbow Network, and Poland ranked just above Uganda. We ranked at the bottom of the list. So this kind of news, does it have an impact on senior managers who decide whether or not to relocate functions and services to Poland? That's a question we have to address. The professor has said that discrimination is illogical, illegal, and also costly. Poland cannot afford to pay this extra cost. That is redundant. So I'm torn here. As NatWest Poland, we try to do as much as we can for the LGBTQ+ community. We are with them with all our hearts. But the global network, the Rainbow Network, shows numbers on a slide, and then what do we do next? I'm the NatWest sponsor for the Rainbow Network, so I do not want our people to be discouraged. We try to fight on every front. We try to explain to our colleagues at NatWest that they can feel safe here. We spend a lot of time doing that, but we also try to take the initiative to change the perception of Poland. Unfortunately, it's also up for politicians to do. If politicians exploit the fact that people are divided, the majority in Polish parliament leverage that. So for business, it's hard to change the perception of Poland, even if we do all we can or more. All right, now let's go back to Krzysztof with the following question. If you can wrap up all the practical messages we've heard based on actual experience, if you take that message to your colleagues in Parliament, your political party, other parties, from your perspective as an MP, well, your decisions impact our daily lives, but does this message carry? Well, this debate has a lot of clout. After this round of statements, I'm really moved by what one of the speakers has said. I can't recall who said that, but you said you met someone who feels safe only at the place of work, and when they go out, when they leave the office, they feel like most LGBTQ+ people in Poland feel. They feel invisible, or they feel targeted. The title of this debate is Openness and Discrimination, Costs and Benefits. I think what should be added to that motto is visibility and solidarity. Visibility, to my mind, that's my personal experience as well, as the only gay in the village, the only outed gay MP in Parliament. I know that visibility has an impact. You may not see that on a daily basis. It may be totally irrelevant to the LGBTQ plus community in the way politicians treat us. Politicians are there to pass the law. That's the primary objective. But I can see how this has changed in my day-to-day relations with colleagues, if I may say so, or rather MPs from other, well, I use that word first. Anyway, visibility is the first step to discussing all the issues that need to be resolved. 10 years ago, Anna Grodzka, the first trans MP in Polish parliament, the second in the world, we thought Poland was really on an uptrend, on good trajectory to normalize diversity. Robert Biedroń, Anna Grodzka, I remember how they were treated in parliament, like they were something really weird, not only by those Neanderthals of Polish parliament, but also by well-educated and polite MPs, including the then Prime Minister. And yet they did so much for the visibility of our community and the issue at stake. So visibility in parliament, visibility in corporations is key, perhaps the key. And so I would urge you in your companies, if you know that people feel safe and good in your companies, it doesn't mean yet that that you're done. You're not done. You have to keep it up. You have to give people a platform for visibility. If you don't give them that platform, those medieval standards may be right back. And solidarity. I wasn't yet in parliament. It was years ago. I remember this well-known lawsuit. I think we have people from IKEA in the room. There was a lawsuit against an HR manager who responded or reacted to a homophobic post by one of the employees, and the public prosecutor got involved. The case went up to the Supreme Court, so that poor woman who reacted according to the standards paid a huge price. The company was with her throughout, but I think we didn't have enough solidarity back then. Also solidarity from other companies and organizations, because then you can show your strength. If an individual pays a high price for following the standards, you have to be with them in unity. There's no we don't accept breaking those standards, we should say. So if you're asking what else could be done, and whether the government, the parliament, politicians really consider this issue, they will consider the issue when they see that big corporations stand arm in arm with their competitors or peers because they are defending the fundamental values. And so in politics, what counts is not the strength of your arguments. Unfortunately, it's the argument of strength that counts. I would do anything to see big companies holding a press briefing saying that we are with them, we are with IKEA. If that HR manager is not defended, they will target us next, and everyone will pay the price. So, to my mind, politicians have their job to do, but politicians are a reflection of the situation in the general public, the society. Maybe not in Poland. Polish politicians do not really fully reflect the Polish people's attitude to LGBT people, but the argument of strength and solidarity is key to really push forward the equality agenda in Poland. Well, I promised you 10 minutes for Q&A, so if you have any questions. Anyone with questions? I cannot see. Maybe you'd like to share your opinion on what's been said. Well, let me go back to Krzysztof. We've talked about recruitment. And so this very rational argument. discrimination costs X amount of money. The professor says this can be quantified. That argument is not being raised in the public debate. Nobody's saying, the situation as is, the perception of Poland as is makes us lose money. But we lose money every day, right? For other reasons. So nobody cares anymore. Well, that's my personal take. The current government, I'm an opposition politician, so I can have a field day now. But anyway, it's obvious for me that this cost has been factored in to their politics. We all know that discrimination costs money. We all know that losing talent costs money in the economy. I'm not going to repeat that again, but I'm also quite certain that the Polish government is working like in a premeditated way. They know that there could be lots of new companies coming in, investing, paying taxes, hiring people. We could have more money from them through taxation, but we have decided not to. We are taking this risk knowingly. We are discouraging investors. We are discouraging companies. And dozens of thousands of LGBTQ people are leaving Poland, but that's all premeditated. That's factored into their politics. In my mind, there's no reasonable approach to solving issues. Ideology is king. If you can exploit hate speech in Poland, which will happen again in this election campaign with the debate on migrants, the debate on LGBTQ people, if it still pays off, if you still can make political capital that way by making your voters angry. But let's stay out of politics. I think it's really up to companies, great companies like yours, great big corporations. You meet formally, informally with ministers, the PM, Prime Minister, and they listen to what you're saying. They make decisions based on your reflections, your arguments. Keep it up. That's my great request to you. Politicians, some politicians in Polish Parliament are friendly, and we will keep on doing the good job, but you cannot give up in official or unofficial informal meetings with politicians, ministers, Prime Minister. Raise this issue because it can really work.
There is a question from the audience. If anyone could pass the mic to good afternoon, Dominika Duda. If it's possible, I will speak English.
Community. So with all respect to the big businesses here, I would like to tell a little bit about the vibe of the venture capital, and that we noticed that there is not that much interest in opening your business in Poland coming from startup community. At this moment, the biggest investors are public investors in Poland. We do not have that much interest coming from investment community coming to Poland. So I do see that as much as I respect and value and support the fight the big companies do here in Poland, I see within my own eyes, I hear questions, is it safe to come to Poland? Coming from my colleagues from Rotterdam, coming from my colleagues from Boston, they still are afraid to actually open their business because of how the LGBT plus community is perceived. So as much work we do within the big companies, the startup community is not that healthy because we are scared. Thank you.
Thank you. Widzę, że tam jest pytanie.
I can see there's a question from the audience. I will pass the mic to you, the mic number 3. Good afternoon, Natalia Duszkiewicz from Citi. I wanted to say a few words to supplement and reference your interventions. about solidarity and giving platform, because I know that our networks and people organizing networks, they mainly come from the LGBT plus community. So this steering committee in our bank is also, there are also people from the LGBT plus community. On the one hand, it's very good that we have space, that we can act, but we cannot be the ones who have to shoulder the whole burden of that, because we struggle every day. And the fact that companies, our bosses, really join us to walk in the parade, that there are budgets, that we can organize trainings, that we have procedures, internal procedures, which are improved and modified so that we can be a better and more accepting company. This is extremely important. And we have the sense that we can come to work and we can and there's a sigh of relief that even if somebody breaks the procedures, the reaction is going to be very prompt. And the fact that all the colleagues and executives know that, it's extremely important. Following the parade last year, we had a lot of people approaching us who applied to our companies and who accepted the offers, who said that they met us, that they knew how we act, that we not only come out once a year and fly the rainbow flag, that we do it every day, and that it really requires your everyday support and your advocacy and you being allies. And giving this platform is extremely important in every aspect. This is what the MP said. This is important at every step, and thanks to that, a change can happen. Thank you. I think we are now running out of time, but I would like to ask my panelists to say some words of conclusion about your reflection, your ideas, what should happen in the coming years that could make a difference, so that we are not ranked last, that we are maybe last but one. My reflection is the following. Considering that we are ones of the last, it's very easy to make an improvement. So I think that we will see an improvement. It's like cleaning a very dirty flat. You will see a difference. And I think that it should be the leading thought from today. It was also interesting what you said about the startups who don't want to come to Poland because of the perception of Poland outside, and I think that it has to be true. It's not only about the foreign startups, but also about the Polish companies, which are not global companies. My company supports all that because we want to attract talents to a place that is inclusive, that our clients who are now doing business with us, soon these are going to be my children who are going to bring their money to a bank that is inclusive. And also all the investors are going to invest in companies who are inclusive, who have ESG policies and so on. So if we want money for investment to develop, it's crucial to use the capacity of all the colleagues, all the employees that we have. And this is what we should think about. And the companies who establish their businesses in Poland, this is very important. In the huge city group, this is an added value that comes from different countries, different people, different societies. But for the people who start their business in Poland, these are the teachings that they should use for their startups, for their enterprises to successfully develop. Jette?
If I'm to conclude on a final note of promise and hope, then I would point to two findings. One is exactly what you said, that we need role models, and when we find them, we should have respect for the courage that it takes to be one. So we should give as much safety as we can to the role models that have that courage. Secondly, I think one key to success is allyship. So allyship between the companies and allyship between the companies and their employees. And then the last thing will have to be the new generation that goes to the ballot box. We can certainly see where I come from that a sense of meaningful purpose and that you can identify with the company you work for becomes more and more and more important.
Thank you.
A ja chciałem zauważyć, że
I also wanted to come back to what I said at the beginning. I think that the better educated people don't have so many bad ideas, and we should, of course, take care of better education in Poland in order to cope with this problem. And the second thing is that it's not enough to do everything what's necessary within the company, but I think that everyone should know that there comes a moment that they shouldn't agree to everything. They should accept some people in an open way. Just to put it briefly, what we have discussed today was really giving a testimony. And I shall hope so that this testimony shouldn't be given only once a year, only during the season of Pride, during the parade. But I think that this testimony is important for all the people who create your companies. It creates a safe space. It shows that this is a place where everyone can be themselves and where everyone is respected. I think it's very important to me because giving this testimony really makes change happen. You don't have to organize any campaigns or actions. You have to be brave and you have to be sensitive to everything what happens within the enterprise. Even though you have anti-discrimination policies and so on, there can be discrimination despite all that. And I think that giving testimony is crucial for me to have change in Poland. Well, my conclusion would be that time is the only universal unit of measurement. You have seconds and minutes and hours in every country, so I think that time is most inclusive thing. And I think that the Rainbow Network and the whole LGBT plus community and the management of NatWest can invest their time to join forces not only with Citibank, that is represented in this panel, with PwC, in order to make a difference for the LGBT plus community. Thank you. Thank you very much for this discussion. Of course, we went beyond the allocated time, but this is my fault. Thank you to the audience. And if you have any questions, you can still ask them later on. I think it's time to talk about equality and about the freedom to marry. So what business can do in this realm? What can business do about it? And we have Ivan Wolfson, who is the founder of Freedom to Marry, and later we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions, you will be able to ask them.
Poland's history teaches us an important call to action, za wolność naszą I waszą, for our freedom and yours. At this moment in history, so many of us around the world find ourselves on the front lines of freedom. On these front lines, we are called to speak up for liberal democracy and the human rights values of freedom, equality, empathy, pluralism, and the rule of law and reason that democracy embodies and depends on. Just across the border, Ukraine's defense against Putin's aggression is a crucial front line in the fight against competing values: autocracy, corruption, contempt for truth, cruelty, and brute force. I come to you from the United States, another front line confronting the dangers of these authoritarian impulses. We Americans have awakened, slowly, to the urgency of reinvigorating our own democracy at home as well as abroad. And here in Poland, you too are on the front lines. Poland, to its credit, early on understood the importance of defending against Putin's Russia. The opportunity to acknowledge Poland's frontline contributions is one reason I was delighted to be invited here by the Association of Business Service Leaders, NatWest, and Open for Business to give this LGBT Diamond Forum keynote speech here in Warsaw now. But prescience about Poland's Russia as a geopolitical menace does not cure the Polish government's dangerous embrace of Putinist values and tactics. And it's not just the ruling party's assault on the structures of democracy, independent courts, the press, free expression, fair elections, honest history, and the like. Stigmatizing gay people as threats and outsiders, instigating cities and towns to declare themselves so-called LGBT-free zones, flouting European human rights standards on family recognition and inclusion, all of these, too, are right out of the classic authoritarian playbook, the Putin playbook. As Mark Brzezinski, the U.S. ambassador to Poland, whom we heard from earlier, explains it, quote, "We are at a moment where a vigorous defense of democracy is an important thing to practice. And we see these things as interdependent with each other. The military dimension, the democracy dimension, the humanitarian dimension, the values dimension." Consider this. Ukraine, even though at war for its very survival, is simultaneously engaged right now in a robust political debate over, wait for it, enacting civil partnership for same-sex couples. Ukraine's wartime president, the hero Volodymyr Zelensky, has also expressed his support for gay people's freedom to marry. By contrast, as we've heard today, Poland's government has for 4 years running been ranked by the Rainbow Equality Index as, quote, the worst in the European Union for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Fortunately, there is time for a course correction here. Scholars, NGOs, corporate coalitions such as Open for Business, and even the World Bank have compiled and analyzed abundant evidence that countries that score higher on their treatment of gay and transgender people typically have stronger economic growth and lower levels of poverty. This is because when discrimination is reduced, as we've heard, people are more likely to be able to participate fully in the economy and society, in businesses, and in life. They flourish, their families are made stronger, which in turn strengthens the entire community. They can dream, be happy, and contribute. And in turn, the evidence shows countries that support gay people's rights tend to be more stable and democratic. Not only are those countries more likely to respect human rights and the rule of law, but they are also more likely to have strong civil society organizations and independent media, crucial for holding governments accountable and ensuring that everyone's rights are protected. Hence, the European Union's well-founded general and specific concerns about the Polish government's illiberal actions including anti-gay rhetoric and policies. Data shows robust democracies recognize same-sex unions while authoritarian regimes don't, was the headline on news coverage of the Supreme Court hearing underway in India a few weeks ago. There, couples in the world's largest democracy, the world's largest country, made their case for the freedom to marry. Of the 24 countries, the newspaper continued, termed full democracies, 21 of them, or about 88%, legally recognize same-sex marriage. Treating minorities, treating women, treating gay people with respect is indeed the canary in the coal mine signal of fidelity to the foundational and universal human rights that denote and defend liberal democracy. Now, we all know no system, no country, no business, no person is perfect. But war-beset Ukraine understands that to really defeat Putin and Putinism, to really succeed in securing a democratic future, requires living up to the values that undergird democracy, respecting the rule of law and human rights for all. And all includes gay and transgender people. It's time now for Poland and all countries, including my own, to do the same. Happily, in today's global economy, business has increasingly shown that it understands the importance of policies and practices that embrace diversity and inclusion generally, and equal treatment and respect for gay and transgender people and their families specifically. For example, when we went before the United States Supreme Court in 2015, seeking to win the freedom to marry in my country, 379 businesses filed a friend of the court brief making the business case for ending discrimination. Citing the evidence, the brief reported, quote, "A diverse and inclusive workplace environment increases the total human energy available to the organization. People can bring far more of themselves to their jobs because they are required to suppress far less. Inclusive companies are more open to new ideas and opportunities, while less prone to overconfidence when approaching challenges. Companies that are diverse and inclusive obtain better profits and other outputs, thanks to improved team collaboration and commitment." This is what the brief told the court, and it's very much what we heard from these business leaders today. By contrast, the companies told our Supreme Court, discriminatory government policies, including not permitting same-sex couples to marry, imposes significant administrative burdens on businesses and costs them as much as $1.3 billion a year. Now let's take one more example. This year, in Japan, over 370 companies have made much the same business case for the freedom to marry. Japan's Business for Marriage Equality Coalition called out their country as the only member of the G7 democracies not to provide any national recognition of same-sex couples. Indeed, of the other G7 members, the other 6, aside from Japan, 5 provide legal recognition through marriage, while Italy, despite its right-wing government, does so through civil partnership. Now in May, just a few weeks ago, while Japan prepared to host the G7 meeting, ambassadors from the other G7 member countries, plus the European Union, took the unusual step of leaking a letter to the Japanese government. They called on Japan to act swiftly to enact non-discrimination legislation and the freedom to marry in order to live up to democratic standards at a time when all countries have to choose what side they are on. In Europe and worldwide, there are many similar examples of businesses forming coalitions, testifying, and taking action to educate the public and engage the government. From the former communist country of Slovenia to staunchly capitalist South Korea, from Costa Rica to the Czech Republic, where 100+ business leaders have enlisted in the Fair Company campaign, from Hong Kong's marriage equality, which has a business coalition, to Romania, with its own Romanian Diversity Chamber of Commerce. These businesses in so many parts of the world are speaking out, and nor, of course, is this all happening everywhere else in the world but Poland. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans people live, work, and are part of families in every society, and sure enough, with at least 2 million LGBT Poles, the conversation is real, underway, and urgent here in Poland as well. Quote, "The lack of marriage for same-sex couples ensures economic discrimination against some households in Poland and has a negative impact on the Polish economy," over 40 Polish economists and lawyers wrote in a public letter published by the online news portal Onet last year. It was referenced earlier today. These Polish experts noted that because of same-sex couples' exclusion from marriage, they face discrimination in every area of life, from birth to death, with taxes, inheritance, access to health care, and the protection of children and property in between. The economic cost of this discrimination against LGBT people in Poland has been estimated by Open for Business to be as much as 9.5 zlotys annually, alongside the tangible and intangible harms inflicted on families directly. These Polish experts' open letter concludes, quote, "Support for marriage for same-sex couples is not an expression of liberalism, leftism, or conservatism, but the belief that its absence creates unjustified economic discrimination, and that introduction of marriage equality could contribute to Poland's economic development." In several of the 35 societies worldwide that now affirm the freedom to marry for same-sex couples, it was in fact conservative leaders of governments dominated by conservative parties that moved their countries forward. In New Zealand, Australia, Germany, and the United Kingdom, to name just a few. As British Prime Minister David Cameron put it at the time, "I don't support gay marriage because of being a conservative. I support gay marriage," he said, "because I am a conservative." Although she voted no, German Chancellor Angela Merkel allowed a free vote to usher in the freedom to marry in Germany because she believed it would lead to more social cohesion and peace, a hope confirmed in the mountain of evidence and experience that the 35 marriage societies now provide to other countries such as Poland. In all 35 countries, representing more than 1.2 billion people, support for the freedom to marry and for equal treatment has not only grown, but broadened, encompassing more and more support from conservatives, older voters, people of faith, and many of those formerly opposed. Refuting the fearmongers and opponents, people in these countries have now seen with their own eyes that when discrimination ends, families are helped and no one is hurt. And by the way, as of this week, the 35 freedom to marry countries in the world now includes the former Soviet Republic of Estonia. This week, another country literally on the front lines and doing the right thing. So what about here? As you heard today already from my colleagues, A 2022 survey conducted by Kantar Public found that 57% of Poles support marriage equality. According to the online news portal Notes from Poland, an Ipsos survey last year reported that a striking supermajority of 64% in Poland favor the legalization of civil partnership or marriage. A good portion of this Polish two-thirds majority in support of enacting the freedom to marry or partnership, no doubt, are like Angela Merkel. At least for now, they may not be personally comfortable, but true to and living up to the values of democracy, as well as the personal values of compassion and fairness, the golden rule of treating others as you would want to be treated, the common humanity of showing kindness and love to all with whom we share our precious brief time on this planet. These people, however they may personally be uncertain or uncomfortable, show that Poland, too, is not just ready to reject Putin's aggression, but ready to reject Putin's values. Now is the time for all of us to strengthen democracy and uphold human rights, kindness, and love, and in the process, create stronger businesses and a stronger economy for everyone. Now, I was an activist, have been an activist for many, 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 many years. And one of the key rules of activism for change is repetition. We need more companies to speak up, and businesses that have spoken out must do more and then do it again and do it again. Not just creating internal policies and putting up rainbows, but making the business case to decision makers until they fix the law. Litigators, like the skillful and committed advocates, for example, at Denton's, where I am a senior counsel, bravely take on individual cases, challenging hate speech, pushing back against stigmatizing LGBT-free zones, assisting struggling families. Lawyers can and still do not just litigation, but more, pressing on every front with every one of what Martin Luther King called the methodologies of change: litigation, legislation, public education, organizing, protest, storytelling, and electoral work, political engagement, until justice rains down like waters and the law's discrimination is cured. And each of us, individually and collectively, must search out action steps, things we can specifically do. We can find them from groups like Open for Business, and we can find our ways to do our part to contribute, to raise our voices, to persuade, to turn out the vote, to inspire, share, and convey hope. Shortly before his death, the American civil rights hero, Congressman John Lewis, told us, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act." This is our call to action, and now is the right time, our time, for all of us to act for democracy and its values, for love and its fulfillment in Poland, in the Ukraine, in the United States, and on the other front lines, everywhere and for all, for our freedom and yours. Dziękuję.
Let's take a seat, maybe. And maybe let's just stick to English. Like, I guess that's easy.
I will stick to English.
Yeah, me as well, I guess. Okay, so like, if you want to ask a question and you want to ask it in Polish, go ahead. As I mentioned, and as you know, it's all being translated. Do you have questions? Well, I know I do. Hey, here, sure. To numer 3, tak jakby co.
Thank you. My name is Rafa Dembe. Well, thank you for a really wonderful and inspiring speech. I'd like to ask you a question. You gave you a few examples of companies or business supporting the LGBT plus community. What would you say to business who is actually starting doing some steps in terms of inclusion? So let's say changing some internal procedures, giving a voice to the LGBT plus community within the business, but they're not ready to support things like marriage equality as finding them political matters or ideological matters.
So I think that the answer to that is, first of all, people evolve, people take steps, we all have to find our way, and so people should do what they can do and then push themselves to do the next thing and the next thing. But I will say that the arc we have seen is that business in general is way ahead of where many other forces in society are, and sometimes one goes first and then the others take a look and they see that actually nothing bad happened to that business, nothing bad happened in society, and they take action and they find that they are rewarded by their employees, by the talent that they're able to attract and attain, by the marketplace, their consumers, and by the society and by their ability to compete in the local and global economy. And now this is not just a matter of people, like me or like the others we've already heard from today saying so. We have a track record. These 35 countries provide a mountain of evidence and experience, and the businesses that have taken that first step find others are there right with them or even ahead of them. And in fact, they may not even quite be where the people are. I think it comes as a surprise to people to hear that in Poland, 64% support partnership or marriage, 57% support the freedom to marry, because that's not the tone. So one of the things we have to do is give ourselves permission to realize that, hey, others are not that bad. It's not that dangerous. It's not that risky. And I do give business credit for actually, in general, being willing to do that. Where I think business has to do a lot better is, as I alluded to, it's not enough to do it internally, though it is important. It is not enough to put up a rainbow, much as it's lovely to see. We need business to be willing to find ways to speak to the decision makers and the others that they can influence to help bring forward these values of democracy and the values that make for a successful team or a successful business. And I think one of the people on the panel this morning talked about the word allyship. We all have to realize we can stand in allyship, and the point was made, allyship can actually mean that companies that are ordinarily competing actually can be allies to one another to create a safe space for everybody to step forward on this work. And that's the opportunity that you have in a network like this.
Anyone? If not, I have a question, and I want to follow this line. Because, it takes a lot of courage to actually being a business, and it's actually risky, I'd say, because there's been businesses who would say, okay, we want to get involved, we want to support this, and the first thing that happens is, it makes me laugh, it makes a lot of people laugh, but in the end, someone has to pay for this, because people say, okay, we're boycotting it, we're not buying your products. And I work for a company who's very open and is very vocal about values we support, but the thing is that we do video games, and if you want to play our game, well, you cannot boycott this because of you don't like the philosophy behind it. But if you do FMCG, stuff that you can easily change to something else, that's risky. And I understand. In the U.S. probably it's not an issue. In here it kind of is.
Well, first of all, the United States is no perfect haven of we're all done, so the concerns you're expressing are concerns that people wrestle with, quote, even in the United States and in other countries. On the other hand, I think there, again, is now a huge track record that the so-called boycotts and the bad things that are going to happen to businesses almost never materialize and are certainly overstated and are weatherable if there's a short-term blip and then moves forward. And again, it's not just me saying this. People have studied the experience and the track record of failure of those kinds of politically motivated, harsh businesses. And what instead happens is businesses and other leaders, because this is not just true in the business sector, it's also true in life, find that actually other people rise and other people come forward and appreciate something that they hadn't heard before. So I understand people being nervous in taking a step, and that's why it's great to have associations and programs that create allyship and let's do it together and let's take a stand and let's show that actually nothing bad happens. But again, the track record is you can do that, and it turns out not to be as fearful as it may seem. And there's one other part to the story, which is there's a cost to staying silent too. You know, it may seem like the safer thing to do. Oh, that's politics. Oh, that's... Well, you know, when people ignore politics for too long, they find they're living in a polity that has gone in a terrible direction. And then businesses become even more vulnerable. They become more vulnerable to an oppressive government, to cronyism, to corruption, to a society of division and despair. So sometimes it is worth taking a little bit of a leap in the right direction in order to have the world you want, instead of living in fear and enabling those who bring about a world we don't want.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have, I'm gonna, oh, that's awesome.
Hi, my name is Emilia Nowakowska and I'm from NatWest. I really liked what you said about repetition being the basis for activism, and this really resonates with me well. The only thing is, you know, in Poland we say that people only like songs that they already know, so you have to repeat the song many times. So obviously you have to repeat the song of inclusion a lot of times, but it's really exhausting. So my question to you is, how do you build resilience and how do you still find the motivation after doing it for so many years?
Yes, it certainly is exhausting. You know, life kind of is too, right? You know, they say if you can get through life, you can get through anything. And it does get tiresome and tiring. But I personally will say I find resilience in the seeing the effect of moving the world in the direction that I want, of seeing people opening their eyes, opening their hearts, changing their mind. I always look for signs of progress and the pathway forward instead of cataloging all the bad things and wallowing in how terrible everything is. You know, it's easy to do that, and there are a lot of bad things, but there are also many things that are hopeful and many signs of progress and successes, and I really do try to focus on those things as much as I can, and to, as I said in my talk, share and convey and inspire through hope that we can make it better, we can do it better. And then I think finding like-minded people and like-minded voices to work with and to be with and to hear from and to contribute to is affirming and reassuring and restorative. So that's really the way to be hopeful, and hope is the first step in change. You know, it takes three key ingredients: hope, what I call clarity, which is being clear about what your goal is, what are you trying to achieve, clear about what your strategy is, what will it take to achieve that, clear about the kinds of tactics and programs and partnerships and organizations and coalitions and resources that are necessary for the strategy to the goal, and clarity in what the action steps are. What can you do? What can somebody else do to help? Vote, donate, contribute, have a conversation, join an organization, attend a meeting, repeat what you heard, etc. Hope, clarity, and then tenacity, sticking with it, hanging in there, because it does take time and it is tiring. But if you if you do these things and stay hopeful, you can see the world getting better because of what you have done, and where it isn't yet better, you can have the attitude and inspire others to join you, and we're going to make it better. And that's why even in Poland, where you could tell a very terrible story about some of the things that are happening, as I could in the United States about the United States, there's also another story at the very same time that is the story of getting to where we want to be. And that's the one we need to keep telling and work on.
Evan, thank you very much. Yes, I know, but if you have more questions to Evan, you can ask them in a second in a bit less formal, say, circumstances. I don't want to keep, like, I think the lunch is out there, and this is like super important every conference, I guess. So let's have it, but please ask questions, and then there's going to be other opportunities as well. So, so for now, let's have 45 minutes to 50, say, minutes break and grab a lunch. And afterwards, we, of course, meet for a next round of discussions. So see you in 45.
Dziękuję.
Thanks.
A właśnie, bo to będzie jakby... No a powiedz teraz. Jak będzie z Flora szedł
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me?
Nie, ja sobie tutaj, bo mamy ten...
Nie przeszkadza wam to?
No zobaczymy. Jak
Zobaczymy.
zobaczymy. Najwyżej nas zamkniecie.
Jak co, to cię szybko zatrzasnę.
Tak.
Skopa wtedy, nie?
Tak, bo wiesz co było na szczęście?
No jeszcze. Już to jest mecz, żeby cię nie, wiesz, trzymać tam na 10 minut, czy tam
Dobra,
5.
czy chcesz?
Bez sensu, to już tak wiesz.
Dobra.
Tylko teraz.
Dzień dobry.
Welcome back. I hope you've had a good lunch and you're no longer hungry, unless you're hungry for more information. Just to keep you awake, perhaps we should do some jumping jacks, but maybe not. As I said before the break, we are in for several discussions. The upcoming debate is on business. Business takes over the floor, sharing policy-making expectations and own achievements. It's an interesting follow-up on the previous debate about what business needs, wants, and expects to do on its own and to impact the community at large. Before we open the debate, we'll have a brief introduction and some experience sharing from Margot Slattery, Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion, ISS World Services.
Thank you. So I've learned one word of Polish, and I'd probably say it really badly. Dzień dobry. Sorry. Apologies. So I'm delighted to have the after lunch slot, because you're now all getting a little kind of little relaxed and chilled. And after Evan, before lunch, I think that's a very hard act to follow. I think it was super impressive. So in the next panel, we're going to talk about business and the contribution business is making to this debate. But I want to begin with and really kind of tell you my own personal story and talk about how through business I was able to make for change. So you've probably guessed by the accent that I'm Irish, or if you haven't, I am. I live in Dublin and in the west of Ireland as well. And I want to sort of begin my story when I was, and believe you me, it won't go on all night, I will be timely, but I want to begin when I was a kid. So I was born in the 1960s, late 1960s, I might add, in rural Ireland. My parents were farming and we lived in the middle of nowhere and nothing ever happened. It was quite a dead place. And the reason, I suppose, that I reflected on telling this story here is, for me, there are many resonances between Poland and Ireland. Very Catholic countries, very conservative in their time, countries that have had, challenges economically, and then that have had a boom and have had a big economic change, and also a history of migration and many, many others. So when I grew up, it was a very, as I said, traditional and conservative family. And when I was a small kid, I remember my mum coming to my grandmother's house and my mother telling my grandmother about a neighbor of ours who had taken his own life. He had committed suicide. And that story really made an impression on me, because my mother conveyed to my grandmother that the reason this gentleman had taken his own life was because he was gay. And I think as probably a 6 or a 7-year-old as I was at the time, I understood something very fundamental, that when you do something that is different or outside or that is different, in my head, I associated that as a bad thing. So I grew up as a young person, probably discovering as I sort of came to 12, 13, 14, that I preferred girls to boys. I most definitely knew that I didn't want to continue in the same way that the rest of the family were, but I was so afraid to tell anybody. And growing up at that time in Ireland, the one thing that was really clear was that I knew nobody who was gay. I knew no lesbians, I knew virtually no gay men, or at least if there was some, it kind of was somebody that was pointed out. And I certainly had no role models. And Evan and people like that talked about that today. I had no sense of safety about this, because the only way was to marry a man. That was the way everybody did things. And to be other was just not acceptable. And like a lot of people in countries where that happens, as I kind of went through school, I had a few little sort of dalliances, but they all happened in secret, and everything happened sort of as something that kind of felt like it was a secret that I should hide. And when it came to sort of 18, 19, started going to college, and as soon as I finished college, and imagine through the whole of college, I never came out, never had any sort of identity. And in actual fact, I was probably Miss Heterosexual of the year. I was trying so hard to be different. And I remember my parents, and I decided to leave Ireland, and I was going to, we have an airport called Shannon Airport in County Limerick, where I'm from, and being in Shannon Airport, and my parents kind of, you know, doing the crying and saying she's leaving and all this kind of thing, and I was going, I can't wait to get out of here. And I suppose the sadness of that was I wanted to run away from everything. And run away I did, and I ran away to the UK, spent a couple of years in the UK, did a little bit of traveling, and then I came back to Ireland in the early 90s. And I never intended to stay, but a few things happened, and it kind of gets me into what I suppose I want to really kind of concentrate on, which is when you begin to see the seeds of hope and social change. And in 1991 in Ireland, as I was applying for my visa for Australia and the US, we elected for the first time a female president. There was, yeah, and it was fantastic, Mary Robinson. We had the beginning of the downfall of the Catholic Church. There was sort of so many scandals which were terribly sad, but they began to get people doubting and questioning. And suddenly there was a kind of an opening up and a time of hope. And Mary Robinson at the time was in our presidential sort of estate or house called Áras an Uachtaráin, and she talked about the cracks and the light and letting people in, and everybody who was a little bit different was welcomed. So that was a kind of change and a hope for me. I stayed in Ireland, so something really kind of inspired me at that time to see things could be different. And I continued on in life, and through that I began a career and joined an organization in the facilities management way of things, and sort of built my career up. And I went on to become the CEO of that organization. I started my working life as a chef and went on to become a CEO. And I was so busy with that life that I hadn't thought about sort of, I suppose, a public persona and things like that. However, I had really been, you know, involved in activism, probably in a very quiet way. I'd been involved in lots of lesbian organizations and, you know, very simple stuff like doing the door, taking money, trying to get funds, a little bit of visibility, trying to sort of make a difference to some people. And I was kind of coming into my 30s, and I still hadn't come out to my parents. I had slightly come out and work, but very, very sort of gently. And the catalyst for that change was really around the fact that we started a movement in my workplace around diversity and inclusion. And that really was change making for me. Suddenly I went to this D&I council meeting, and people were talking about all sorts of things. And being a person who was lesbian, who was LGBT, that didn't seem such an issue. And I went along to these meetings over a period of time, came back home, said to my then partner, God, I think I'm going to tell a few people in work. And of course I did. And when I did, everybody said they knew already, so it was no secret anyhow. But I still hesitated, and I take you back to that sort of kid. That fear was so innate in me because of the things that had happened. I still hesitated telling my parents. And really over the next number of years, growing my profile as a CEO, being involved in a couple of organizations. One was called Glen, which was an organization which was involved in the fight for marriage equality, civil partnership and marriage equality in Ireland. I came to this kind of point, access point. I either had to sort of jump or go back, because I needed to support our movement for marriage equality. I was co-chair of Glen, I was a CEO, I had a position, and I think Evan talked about it earlier on, you either step up or you step out. And I was asked, and they said, well, will you do an interview in the Sunday Independent, which is a pretty big Irish newspaper? I said yes. I had to go down to Limerick, drink a bottle of wine, and somehow try and tell my mother that I was gay. You know, by the end of the night, she also said she'd known all along. So again, so much for secrets. She just said, was there any chance that I could finish the wine so she could go to bed? But then I had to tell her that I was also going to be in the Sunday newspapers, and this was the crunch point, because her first thing was, what'll your aunt say? And I was like going, Mum, it's going to happen. Let's just see what happens. And I suppose it was the most amazing thing ever in my life, because suddenly you go from being known in business and known for certain things, and then suddenly your whole life is exposed on the Sunday papers. You know, my brother, who's a farmer in rural County Limerick, said to me, "Oh, jeepers, did you have to do that?" You know, he was really struggling with but it was good for him too. And that was a real crunch point. And I suppose the sort of one or two things that I want to just kind of pick up on here and going back to the business part was when we were moving and really moving in 2014 and 15 into the conversations around marriage equality, I was responsible with a couple of others to get business involved. And the first night we convened a business meeting, we had about 5 companies. And by the stage we were getting into sort of about January 2015, because our referendum was in May, we had 150 companies come to an event, and we had to get our Prime Minister, Art Taoiseach. He came because there was 150 companies coming there. How did that happen? It happened conversation by conversation by conversation. It was me and people like me ringing up everybody I knew at Chamber of Commerce, every event, and saying, "Hi, would you do, can you come? We see your people want to do this." And, you know, Evan talked about it earlier on, repetition. Thanks for the timely reminder. And I suppose, listen, there's a lot more to this story, but I just want to kind of give you a feel of what it felt like. And if you've never seen this, look at a video you'll get it on Google. It's called Gaze, G-A-Z-E, and it's a short video, a couple of minutes from that Marriage Equality Day in 2015. It was probably the most amazing day of my life. I always felt unequal in my country, and I went in 2015, in May 2015, to vote with my now wife, and I went in kind of always feeling a little less, so one shoulder down. And when I went to the count on the 23rd of May, and I sat there and saw people in my country and saw the piece of paper going down, yes, 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 yes. I came out of that vote and those shoulders felt equal, and I walked out of there with the most amazing feeling. And I just kind of want to round that back and say it was my workplace, it was the ability to be supported, to feel psychologically safe for my organization, and it was what business can do and the convening of business that really helped to make that happen. So I urge you to have faith and to have a kind of a sense of the future, because it's not all as bad as it seems. And even though you're in difficult times, there is a way forward. And there's a lot more stories I could tell, but I'm conscious of time, so I should hand back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. And as I mentioned, now Margot's staying for this debate, but as we're diversifying, I give you Paweł Orlikowski, a journalist in Poland, and Radio Nowy Świat to host this debate.
In Poland, like inclusive. So Margot, nice to see you again, and thank you so much. That woke up after lunch that I need the most. But like said Michał, we've gotten next debate on here right now. So I want to give a voice amazing speakers. Edyta Gałaszewska-Bogusz, Managing Director, Accenture Operations Poland. Welcome. Julia Maciocha, Chairwoman, Volunteers of Equality Foundation. Andy Melia, Director of Strategic Partnership, Open for Business. And Margot Slattery, Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion, ISS World Services. Okay. Everyone got headphones, I think, because Margot speaking English, so naturally, so let's start our debate. Because you know, when we speak about inclusiveness in business, because this debate, its name, "Business Take the Floor." So I want to ask you about most important questions for those topics. Because research confirms that money only motivates for a while, but it's the sense of empowerment, appreciations, and well-being within the company that is paramount. Just how to achieve it. So it's first question for all of you. Business, or perhaps the people behind it, are more often than not the setting of new and better standards today, rather than, as in the past, the administration. So what, in your opinion, are the best practices that any organization should implement in order to attract and retain employees, to be able to grow? So, Margot, maybe let's begin from you.
They get bored of me. I'll be quick and give everybody else the floor. I think first and foremost, you know, reflecting, I think, on what I just spoke about, it's about feeling psychologically safe. I think businesses have a real responsibility to walk the walk rather than just talk the talk. So it needs empowerment, it needs good safety nets, not just say something, but actually make sure people feel engaged to do that. I agree, money is not the only motivator, although it helps when there is a recession. But I think more than anything, and I see it in my own organization, our teams want to see change. They want to see progress. They want to see that, you know, we have policies, we have process. So, for instance, in ours, it's about making sure that we have inclusion policies, that we have transition policies, that we're thinking about, you know, parental leave rather than just maternity or paternity leave. We're thinking about the makeup and the nature of the different dimensions of diversity and inclusion in how we do business. So that's just a quick thought from me, and just pass it on to the others.
So yeah, maybe from the left to the right.
Okay, I think, first of all, I have to make a personal comment, because I visit this theater very often to watch some comedies, but I never thought I will be sitting here, so. So it's a very nice experience, very complimentary to visiting this place. I think that the topic is much more complex than going into financial rewards, right? Because, of course, when we think about the policies in our company, it's about giving the access to the health care for partners, no matter the marriage status. We couldn't care less. It's about creating the policies that people, when they transition to a different gender, that they can feel included from day one, no matter their formal status with authorities and the ID they have, that they can choose the name which they want to use. For me, it goes much more than creating the atmosphere that people can feel only psychologically safe. It's about feeling safe, but also seen, connected, and courageous to speak up and come up with different initiatives and challenge the status quo.
Thank you so much.
I don't think I'm going to say something much different than the two of you. But as a person, as an activist who is actually cooperating with the business than being a part of it itself, for me, what's the most important thing the business can do is to give the voice to the employees, actually. Because when companies were entering Warsaw Pride, there were no CEO contacting me and calling me, Julia, we want to join you. It was Blanka Rozbicka from NatWest. It was not NatWest back then. It was Kuba from Google. It was Mateusz from Levi's. It was Tomasz from Netflix. There were actual people, I would call them activists in their own environment, making the path for the company, for the business to actually join and include Warsaw Pride or any other event, equality event, to their agenda. So what the business can do is to actually create a space, an environment where the employees can themselves come up with the ideas, and to support them, of course, when this idea needs any kind of support, it's not only financial, but as my previous speaker said, it's the whole atmosphere that is being created within the company.
And I mean, it's kind of impossible to follow that in many ways. But I think the only other thing I would talk about, and it reflects on something we said earlier, so to kind of carry on with the quoting Evan repetition piece, is the power of allyship. I think it's so incredibly powerful and amazing to see CEOs like Margot standing up and being seen and heard. But actually, I mean, listening to you, the fear that comes with that is incredible. And actually, the thing we so often need to start on that journey is allies and people at all levels of the business making the way and giving the community space to be able to speak out themselves and feel safe. So there is the need for policies, there is the need for the systems and everything that goes around it, but first and foremost, we need allies and at all levels to be enabling us to step forward and feel safe to do so.
Thank you, Andy. And if you take a floor right now, so maybe tell something wider about your newest report in Open for Business, because the numbers that you put on this report is extremely important. So could you explain our listeners what exactly you do in your report, and maybe in Polish situation and worldwide? And that's like we email before the debate that insights from your experience from your other partners.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the report in itself, I joined Open for Business because my background is about how we inspire and empower businesses to take a positive stand in the world on issues, whether that's the environment, whether that's on social issues. What I find fascinating about the work that we do is how we can help change the conversation by presenting in very stark black and white terms the cost and the opportunity of discrimination. And that's the whole point of these reports. I speak to business leaders right across the world, and both parts of the community, members of the community and allies, or not allies in some cases. This gives us a chance to engage people, and particularly business leaders who kind of very much buy into the idea of diversity and inclusion in their business and the core values of the organization, but then kind of think, well, we've got that, people are protected, but what more do I need to do, particularly on the topic of LGBTQ plus inclusion? They're kind of almost agnostic about acting and speaking out, and this gives us the ability to engage them in a way that doesn't get caught up in what can essentially be a quagmire of moral argument. It gives a way to sidestep that clash of systems and present very clear economic data that shows why they should be speaking out, both as allies or as members of the community. And we've done that in many different places. We operate at the moment in Kenya and looking to work across the wider Eastern Africa. We've done a lot of work in Uganda in response to their anti-homosexuality bill and galvanizing the global business community to speak out against that. We work in the Caribbean, but it's about using the data and the insights from these reports to help business leaders and others speak out, because you can see the clear benefit both to the business, the economy, and therefore everyone in society.
Oh, thank you. Margot, so question for you. Your own experience is so inspiring, yeah? You said before in your keynote speech that being older was unacceptable in Catholic Ireland, like in the same like in Catholic Poland. You inspire us as entrepreneurs and as employees, but how to inspire an administration, because without that connection, without that good rule of law, isn't possible to make a good place to live and work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question because I know we had that dilemma, you know, I suppose we were lucky in Ireland that our Taoiseach, so that's the Gaelic name for Prime Minister, Leo Varadkar, who is now our leader at the moment as well, is a gay man, so it did help a little bit, but there were others other than him. But, you know, what really, I think, made a difference was we were able to bring together the voices of all of the international companies as well as the small and medium enterprises from our own country, but led probably by the international companies. And they really called out the concern about if marriage equality did not pass, what was going to be the scenario for them to attract talent to go there. So if I take an example, and I'm just because it's a big company, but Google employs about 10,500 people in Dublin. You know, they rely on it being a place where people feel comfortable to come and live and to be able to bring their partners and to be safe. So the minute that gets compromised, that's a huge amount of what we call FDA, literally at risk. So that's the kind of thing that helps government. And then when you get those leaders saying, you know, we will have to consider, and I heard it discussed here this morning, whether we will invest anymore. You know, so it's a bit like sort of some of the discussions we're having at the moment. It's a totally different one, but, you know, do we have enough energy to supply data centres, and will we be able to keep having data centres in Ireland because we haven't put enough resources into energy? It becomes a business issue. And maybe if I take another example of that, and I'll make it super quick. So here in Poland, we have ISS Poland, and now as well as that, we have a hub here. It's a tech hub. It's fantastic. I was there this morning. We're about to invest in a third location for our finance, so a center for our finance. And the conversation came up, you know, because of the environment here. Was it a safe place? And was it a place where people could come? Because we will have people coming from around the world. But the discussion was that if we're not here, and if we're not a presence, and if we're not a voice for business, and that's why we're here today, then nothing changes. So it takes us to stand up, and that's where I say you have to move forward in it as well. And I think those are the kind of discussion points we need to bring to government. It puts the money, it's fiscal.
Yes, and Edita, Julia, the question to both of you, maybe the different point of view of the same thing, but in this Polish field here, what right here, right now, we have to do, we need to do the most to be in a more open, more inclusiveness?
I think, first of all, we need more leaders to openly and publicly declare support. Because I have put it actually into my quotation for Forbes Women publication, that the more it is in a gray zone topic, the more we need to talk about it, and the more we need to support. Because with no names standing behind a topic, we will not achieve anything. Only real people can convince other people. We all know, and all the ABSL events and all other events are about networking. And the more people stand behind it, the more people will convince someone. And I know these conversations even from my personal life, how many of my friends I convinced to change their opinion just because they were biased with some opinions expressed in different media, and by having a conversation they were able to change their mind. So maybe I didn't convince all of my friends, but even if I convinced half of them, if every leader of this company, and we have very soon close to 500,000 people working in business service industry in Poland. If every person will convince one person, it's 500,000 people who can start creating this movement. Because for me, it's about showing the scale and getting rid of these semantics that, oh, it's just a topic for few people. It's a topic for all of us, because one day it can be LGBT, another day it will be about the color of the skin, another day it will be about the gender, and the more we go into different diversity factors, the more it becomes the topic touching our personal values.
And I do not believe that we have only bad people. Even the decision makers in the politics, right? It's all about how we talk about things, and that we put real people's stories behind that.
I would absolutely agree that the change can go from the up, from the leaders, and I would agree the most that as soon and as long as we speak about the topic, it's not going to be pushed to the gray area. So then people that are this topic, because this is not an ideology, it's still people behind it, it's having a voice. They are having a voice. But it's also about how the company is actually supporting, because it's not only about the declaration of a leader. I don't know, per se, company X is coming, the leader of company X is coming to event like this, and they say, yes, we do support equality. This is also how vocal they are about their support and what they are doing with this support. I'm often being asked to visit different companies. I'm giving workshops, not only about LGBTQ people, but in general in the anti-discrimination area. And there are a lot of employees who are coming to this voluntarily, they don't have to, who are coming to these meetings, and they are actually curious. They are actually curious about different minorities, different groups of people that are being in danger in Poland. They are asking questions. They just never have any other possibility to actually ask, to actually hear, as you said, the personal stories from these different groups. So this is also not only about the leader, but how leader is creating the content of the speeches and the content of the environment in the company. Because as soon as a leader of this company X is coming and saying, oh, we do support LGBTQ people, there are going to be employees who are going to ask, why? I don't care. And then we need to create tools, we need to create opportunities for them to actually learn why this is important, why our leader is saying something like this. So I think that that was a great question, because we actually complement each other pretty great. Thank you.
Okay, so now let's, because like you mentioned, I think that educate is really important, making this network, inspire and learn from each other, but not only administration and government. The role of leadership, Julia said it's important to make it in the good way. So I want to hear from all of you about some good practice, about best examples from your own experience to make to be in the best leadership, and to give some concrete examples of and the best inclusivity and diversity policy in companies. Andy, first, you first.
So I think kind of it's important to always say with leadership is at every level. So I think some of the kind of different ways we've seen that materialize is enabling and supporting people who are at junior levels to take on roles of leadership and to kind of give voice to the community within the business to senior leadership. So senior leadership who may not be part of the community are hearing directly from the lived experience of people at all levels of the business. But that's on a kind of quite internal perspective. When I look at some of the external ways people take action, I mean, we know that actually businesses are starting to really consider or to use LGBTQ plus inclusion as an indicator of how they make business decisions. And to really think about where they're maybe investing in new offices or supporting businesses in their supply chain. Can they actually use their business resources to actually drive investment into LGBTQ plus businesses, or site offices where they're opening new offices in places where LGBTQ plus inclusion employees feel protected and supported. So I think there's that combination of giving voice, but also thinking about the whole business aspects that you can use to make a difference.
Thank you so much, Margot.
Yeah, I won't repeat the conversation. I think, you know, I go back to that piece about empowerment. So I think if a leader, and, you know, not every leader, for instance, feels entirely comfortable or has the passion for a particular subject matter or an area, but if that leader empowers others, that's also incredibly important. And something that's slightly kind of, you know, a bit different, but one of the movements I've seen is where people, you know, got through, again, it was back to that civil marriage one, was people getting a communications process, having a conversation with your granny. And this became an actual campaign. And so we had it in Ireland, and someone came up, and it was so clever, you know, literally call Granny and say, hi Granny, you know, I'm gay, did you know, and did you know such and such? And this kind of caught on and became a really, really big, and people all over the country were ringing their granny, and even people who weren't. And I only use it as an example to say that leadership can come from, and role models and ideas can come from many facets. And certainly right now, I'm feeling certainly in my own country that the next generation that are coming up are really being, you know, incredibly brave and calling out things, because maybe some of my generation have gone a little bit sort of, you know, things are okay, etc. So I think in organizations, what I certainly see is that generation coming up are calling out leaders, and they're not wanting to be in organizations unless that's seen to be how things are. So I think it's at many different levels.
Thank you so much. So, yes.
Yeah, actually, I would like to challenge Margot a little bit on this passion to the topic, because anyone who doesn't have passion to people, it's not about the passion to the topic, it's about passion to people, shouldn't be a leader. And I think that, and the reason why I'm saying that is also that some time ago when at Accenture we were establishing some targets around inclusion and diversity, there were two dimensions of those targets. One was about comprehensive actions, and the second one was about bold leadership. And comprehensive actions can be about setting targets, defining specific actions which have to be driven in every country. But bold leadership goes down to what each individual can do in line with the passion. Because if I have the passion to stand on the stage and speak loudly in front of people in favor of LGBT community, I can do that. Someone else can be a mentor to an LGBT employee who wants to grow in the company, develop and needs mentoring. Someone else who is a good trainer can run trainings. So for me, it's rather about setting the bar high and expecting all the leaders to contribute somehow. Combination of all these actions, this is what will create impact. And for me, it's not an excuse that I don't feel comfortable. Being a leader is not a comfortable role by design when you enter the role, so why you sign up for this? So, and when I think about that, it's if leaders do that, it creates a culture. Because setting the policies, giving the budget, establishing equal treatment of employees in the company, it will be only on paper if leaders do not role model these behaviors. And the role modeling happens through presence, speaking up at the right occasions, and actually showing through actions the support.
I will follow on that. Because it's not about the companies that we have in a room. You are already on LGBTQ business forum, so I mean, but I know many companies where they have the leaders on the lower levels, or where they have employees. And these groups are coming to the leaders saying, this is an important topic for us. This is an important thing for us. We should take a stand on LGBTQ rights or any other rights, it doesn't matter in this situation. And then the leader is saying, but this is a political matter. And this is the most important thing. Everything is political. Business is political. As you said, our life is political. Being a leader is political. It's also not an easy thing to do. So for me, the most important thing from the leaders is to hear their teams. And if the team is coming up to me and say, this is an important matter to us, I have to listen and I have to do something about it. I cannot just simply pretend that the topic does not exist or it's going to disappear because I'm going to blind myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we go into the end of this debate, but I want to hear some conclusion from all of you, a short conclusion after our debate. But we speak about business, and business take the floor, but business living for numbers, Excels, and money too. And at the end of this, at the end of the day, when we speak a lot important things about individuals, like you said, because it is important. It got some connection to this Excel, to these numbers, to this economic growth or economic situation of companies. Maybe this is a good way to make a conclusion of this debate. So, Andy.
Ooh, a conclusion. I think it's ultimately we talk about the economic case, but this is not about putting dollar signs on people's lives, as it were. This is about very much improving the rights and lives of LGBTQ plus people. The important thing is finding the different ways we can engage people to be part of the conversation and to become advocates. And it's about the advocacy piece that we really need to get people on board with. So actually, if we can do that through the human rights or the people argument, great, let's do that. If we can do it using the data and the numbers and the kind of the economic argument, let's do that. I think the important thing is finding the way to get people to act, and that's what today is all about. What are the different routes we can do that?
Okay, thank you so much. Julia.
It's hard to have a conclusion after 20 minutes, but I will try to do my best. What I feel like is that right now a lot of companies are filling the gap that should be being filled by our government. So right now a lot of companies are doing the job that should have been done by someone else. So how much power, how much thinking about it, how much people behind equalizing, because it's not of course equality, but equalizing the rights of LGBTQ community through different policies, looking for loopholes, looking for different gaps in the laws that we can use. How much of all of that could be saved if the business stopped pushing the gaps and start pushing the government? Mm-hmm. We can actually create the change by saying, if you want our company to stay in our country, we need changes because we want our employees to feel safe, and this is not our job, it's the job of this country to do so.
Great call to action. Thank you so much. Edyta.
So I think, first of all, I agree with Julia that our geographical position of the country would indicate that we can not only stop outflow of employees, but we could actually encourage people to come to the country, right? And I think the more inclusive the country is, the more attractive it becomes for people with diverse backgrounds to come and feel themselves and find their place. So for me, putting that into Excel, one thing is about how much talent we are losing or not attracting to come to Poland to improve the quality of the services we are delivering. That's one thing. And the second thing is, in the times of innovation boost and the next technology revolution coming, working without innovative, engaged teams is not setting the companies for success. So, and then how our employees can be innovative, can give the most out of themselves if they do not feel safe, seen, connected, and courageous in the workplace. So only having fully empowered employees, they will make the P&L of the company. So that would be on the other sheet of Excel, if you ask me.
Yeah, and then revolution, I think it's already started. So, and like you said in Ireland, last but not least,
Yes.
and fully acceptable, Margot.
Yeah, and I mean, they've stolen all my good points. I suppose I would just come back to, and great minds, yeah. So I heard somebody this morning talk about the personal and kind of the difference between the two. For me, the personal is political, you know, and I'm going to be, you know, I feel very strongly about this. Like for me, as a lesbian, right now, politics in the world, my life is on the line, because when I travel and go on a plane or go somewhere or whatever, you know, I'm in danger. So, you know, this world bloody well needs to get up off itself and make for change. And governments, and we have to put our money and our power around what we believe. And as a community, we need to be better to push and to push against. And I think just a couple of two or three key thoughts on that. You know, in your country, think about things like FOMO, you know. Politicians have such a fear of missing out. So if you get one on the bus, you know, the other one wants to come too. And then you use, you know, and this is what we've had to do. You use, you know, there's a little bit of trickery perhaps, and sorry, I'm going to sound a little bit Machiavellian here, but, you know, example being, I'll tell you, that we had in Ireland, we had the CEO of Amazon, he's a gay man, he wanted to bring his partner in. You know, we got him go into the industrial authority and to the Prime Minister, and he talked about the fact he couldn't get a visa for his partner. Ha ha. Was that a moment that kind of changed things? Yes, it was. So you use every trick in the book, you push them, you pull them, and you get one on the bus, and then the second one wants to get on, and the third one. And they all love a photo opportunity and to better. So, you know, sorry if there's politicians in the, because we need to protect ourselves. So I'm passionate about this.
Thank you so much. Yes. Like make applause. A lot of important important words you all said on this debate. So I'm thank you so much for participating in this debate. Margot Slattery, Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion, ISS World Services. Thank you so much. Edyta Gałaszewska-Bogusz, Managing Director, Accenture Operations Poland. Thank you so much. Julia Maciocha, Chairwoman, Volunteers of Equality Foundation. Thank you so much. Andy Melia, Director of Strategic Partnerships, Open for Business. Thank you so much. My name is Paweł Orlikowski, and thank you for participating in our debate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Dziękujemy bardzo. Jedna myśl z końca.
Thank you very much. I've been struck by one thing that was raised at the end of this discussion, which may also serve as an introductory note to the next debate. Business could push the government to do the right thing. Blackmailing is perhaps not the best word to use, but we could probably outline the trajectory ahead. So that was about the government, the central government. But now let's move below to the local government level. The situation in Poland has been rather confusing with the local government's resolutions, quite shameful resolutions, and that is the topic for the next debate, keeping it local with global approach, to be moderated by Paweł Panczy, member of the board, ABSL. Good afternoon, everyone. We've heard a lot about politics and business. Now we are moving to a different world where things are not so nice and rosy, where money is short, but I hope we can conclude this debate by outlining the next steps with the involvement of people like Margot and others who are well seasoned practitioners in making the change happen. Now, the participants of this debate are representatives of cities, and a person who works very closely with cities. Let me start with the ladies. Marta Widz, Deputy Director of the Social Communication Center of the capital city of Warsaw. Welcome. Agnieszka Zawadzka, Plenipotentiary of the Mayor of Poznań for Equality Policy. Alina Szeptycka, Plenipotentiary of the Mayor of Wrocław for Equality. And the gents, Adam Pustelnik, First Deputy Mayor of the City of Lodz. Adam, please come and join us on stage. And Krzysztof Kliszczyński of the Lambda Association. We will discuss official matters, but I do hope we can start by taking stock of what is happening on the other side, where money is short, influence is tight, and jobs are few and far between, and yet the lives of the local residents are on are at stake. We wanted to have this debate by asking a few questions first. Krzysztof, which city in Poland is now the quote-unquote best city for the LGBT community? Best in terms of not necessarily being the safest, most attractive. What is best? What criteria would you apply to pick a place to live? Well, I cannot tell you that because that would be definitely uncalled for in this on this great panel. I have spent the first 2 months of my life in Lodz. I love the city of Poznań. And my hometown is Warsaw, but I'm not an economist or politician. I'm an NGO activist. I've been with NGOs for years. Lambda Warsaw has been in existence for 25 years, and I've been with it throughout. One definition I've heard of a good city is it's a city where an 8-year-old, an 18-year-old, a 28-year-old, an 88-year-old feels good. I think a good city is where a homosexual, heterosexual, bisexual, transsexual, non-cis person, non-heteronormative person feels good. And so there are many criteria and factors that attract the LGBT plus community. Openness, but I cannot possibly define openness. There's no definition of openness. Then, well, having a plenipotentiary for equality, the person on my left, a former NGO activist, having a mayor leading the Pride Parade. On that point, if that question is tough, let's consider how important the central government is in making, well, in creating the perception of a city being good. When you look at mayors, which are like the face of Warsaw, we have mayors like Trzaskowski, Sutryk, Hanna Zdanowska in Lodz. The mayor of Poznań, who's always on the forefront. To what extent do they create or generate the perception of the city being LGBT friendly? Well, they are not the most important figures. Okay, we've heard that leadership is what makes people believe that the workplace is for them. Well, the atmosphere and the people are key. Not only the mayor, the local administration, all the population, all the residents. So for me, a good criterion, and I am very happy that Mayor of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski, after a long period of the former mayor's term, where she refused to to extend her patronage to the Pride Parade. So Trzaskowski is now doing that. I'm very happy to see that, and I know that the mayors of other cities are doing the same good thing. But a city being friendly depends on people being friendly. Not only the mayor, but everyone. People who stand up, who get organized, who do something. I'm not a business person, so what I say may sound controversial. Okay, so that's the first difference. In business, decisions come from the top. And sometimes decisions are made single-handedly. The person who allocates the budget decides. But now, Adam, we've heard that the mayor is not the top figure, although for you, the mayor makes many decisions and is often a very prominent figure in politics. That is often the case. But now, after having listened to the discussion about the role that is to be played by cities, by the central government, by the authorities, and politics meddling with our lives, just like in the case of women or foreigners, for LGBT people, that meddling is often quite intrusive, as we've seen over the past months and years. To what extent is that a challenge for you? Does it help you or does it stop you, this in working for the LGBTQ community in your day-to-day work, when you work with people and politicians? Where would you put your finger, speaking about the top challenge, working in the local community for the LGBTQ people? Well, I would challenge what you said, and I will take your question in a moment, but I can see that the problem is, I think, people in Poland don't really know enough about the powers of the local government, the central government, and NGOs. I founded and led an NGO, an LGBT NGO in Poznań. I've been with the city hall for only 2 months, so I can see both sides. And we need to educate ourselves and keep on mapping what can be done at local government level for the LGBTQ+ community to feel safe, visible, and feel at home in our cities. That's one point. Next, and this is where I disagree, I do believe that the position of the city leader, that is mayor, is key. It is not enough. Symbols, gestures, rainbow flags, patronage are a lot, but we have to make sure that it really impacts day-to-day lives of our residents. Access to services, safety, security, hate speech prevention, and reporting. All these factors matter. But the position of the mayor sets a model, sets a standard. So if pride parades and the visibility of the LGBTQ+ community is raised in local government debates, that really changes a lot. So looking at the cities represented here, Poznań is hailed as the San Francisco of Poland. Is it easy? Yeah, that's what I've heard. But it's city branding, remember that. Congrats to the mayor of Poznań and the city. Is it easier to work in a city that has this image? And so with this perception, with your mayor, is it easier to come out in Poznań than any other city in Poland? Well, I will follow up on what the others have said. I agree with the speaker to the far right. I think the position of a mayor, the standpoint that the mayor takes, does trigger change. In Poznań, the turning point took place soon after the 2014 election, when our current mayor was first appointed or elected. A year later, he was the first mayor of a Polish city to lead the Pride Parade in September 2014. And I talked a lot to my friends and colleagues from the LGBTQ+ community, also in preparation for this debate, and I asked them, from your perspective, what really made the change happen in Poznań? And that was actually often raised. The mayor set the tone by leading the Pride Parade. So it went far beyond the visual symbols of hanging or flying the rainbow flag. It changed people's mindsets. And other actions followed up. The city officials understood that support could be extended. I was not yet in my current position, but it's got to do with collaboration between the local government, the mayor, and people like myself, and NGOs. We have a very big group of NGOs in Poznań. In 2016, we set up a board for civic society dialogue. That is actually an advisory body to the plenipotentiary for equality, being myself at this point. And I think this is one of the most interesting, most positive aspects of my work, because we have a very good and close relationship with NGOs. They are working at the grassroots level, close to the people, and such cooperation between the local government and the NGOs is key to success.
Thanks to that, we have a lot of people within organizations who can take on jobs which are performed for the benefit of the inhabitants. And the fact that Poznań is so open has been started, of course, by the mayor, Jacek Jaśkowiak. Warsaw is a different part of Poland, so to say, so it's easier to do some things here. But I would like to ask the representative of Łódź. You are from Łódź, you're a politician, you're a deputy mayor, and you have to cope with different political subjects. Is it easy to bring in subjects connected with LGBT community to the city that is one of the most complex ones and which has one of the strongest football teams in Poland, where there is no place for rainbow colors, only for black and white? What does it look like from your point of view? Can you really realize such subjects in Łódź? Well, I think you talked about very different layers. I am not originally from Łódź. I come from Germany, and I'm very proud of it. As far as the Łódź football team goes, it's neither black nor white, it's red, just like the city was. And it's a very good example because it was a football club that has emanated very different groups that were in very bad situations, various countries, various living conditions, and by definition it was different than it is now. And it's very strong now. I don't know how many of you watched the Succession series. Many of you probably remember the episode when Logan Roy died and his daughter entered into her business calendar different elements of scheduling her grief, and somebody asked her whether she's really scheduling her grief. Why am I talking about it? Because when discussing values and about giving testimonies, you cannot easily fit it into different parameters, regulations, and numbers. I cannot agree with my colleague representing Lambda. I think that creating atmosphere, creating positions, and shaping the public debate is one of the fundamental ways of impacting the world, no matter whether you are the mayor or the president or the head of NATO. As far as Łódź is concerned, I think that Poland, sadly or not, is a very similar political system to the United States as far as this gap is concerned. There is a huge gap between two different worlds. I shouldn't be maybe talking about the countryside because it would be quite discriminating, but it's a gap between big cities and the rest. And we can see it in all the studies. I'm a politician, I'm not a member of a party, and we do ask for very different research. We commission a lot of studies, and we can see that it's a completely different world. What happens in Warsaw, Łódź, or the Tri-City area is something completely normal. The fact that we participated in the Pride March, which is the equivalent of the Pride Parade in Warsaw. It was our own initiative. Even my 9-year-old daughter participated in it. And I will not explain why it was possible, why it happened, but it's something obvious to us. It's a huge challenge for Poland, educational, political challenge, is everything that happens outside of big cities. Łódź has no such problems. It's no secret that our head counselor, our head lawyer, they are openly involved in promoting something that is completely obvious to all of us. The equality of rights, full inclusion into the community of people representing LGBTQ plus community is something normal. And I think that the problem starts behind the Łódź sign. I think that it has also been shown in previous discussions. It's easier to live in bigger cities. We all remember what was happening in Białystok, which is one of the biggest cities in Poland, but the reality is far different there. Now, to close off this chat, for who of you was the presence of your mayor at the parade important? Around 80% raised their hand. Even though they don't have much influence, it's quite important. The mayor of Warsaw very often participates in the Pride Parade and supports the community. What is the biggest challenge in the city that is easiest to live in? What is the biggest challenge here? We are trying to define some challenges to show you that business is doing their own things and local governments have their own activities, and maybe we should find some common ground. Well, a real change in Warsaw happened, and Warsaw is a city for all, and we can see it's more diverse, more often. We have a lot of different acts of law that simplify our work, different policies for LGBT plus community, for diversity. And the city officials who then involve different organizations have far easier work thanks to that. So we can do it all with our head held high and take different needs of our inhabitants into consideration. But I think that bridging the gaps and all the inequalities that are there are problematic. The local government acts according to their own competences, and we are trying to bridge the gap as far as treating the inhabitants goes. One such example is more inclusive language. For example, correctly addressing the person that comes to the office and wants to change their ID. For example, there's a person who whose name is a female name on the ID card, and in fact it's a man that appears in front of us. So I think that working out all the standards and working according to them, as well as spreading them in different education facilities, it's a huge challenge. Well, I'm very happy that we are discussing this subject, because different things are being seen differently by the community and differently by the offices, by the city offices. I can see that somebody is raising their hand. If you have any questions, you can ask them during the discussion. Thank you very much. I wanted to say that it's very simple. When it's easy to inspire somebody, you can simply ask the person who's on the other side which form of addressing them they prefer. If somebody is in transition and it's a transgender person, just like me, you address them as sir or as madam accordingly. And it's good that you're talking about non-binary persons, because we haven't talked about it yet, and I think it's very important. So, as you can see, you shouldn't be afraid. But how not to be afraid, and we have to be all aware of that, if we are at work and we feel safe, and the public officials are also at work and they want to make a decision, not having to wonder whether a parent is going to cry because their child took their own life. And these decisions are very difficult. What does it look like to you working on the other side? What would be one thing that would facilitate all that? I think that we can jump to some political subjects. We shouldn't be afraid of them. But what should happen to be able to function normally? You heard what Margot said about financial or economic arguments. I think that a lot is happening in Poland in terms of economy, and I'm not sure that telling this government that investors are going to back out because they will not accept some solutions. I think this is a very difficult position. But what should happen so that your day-to-day work, of course, in consideration of with all those things that you discussed, that you will be able to go back home happy, and that the people who approach you see a partner on the other side? What should happen in this regard? I think that not everything is dependent on the local government. I think that some decisions have to be made on the national level, because we act in the limits and based on the law. And of course, we are trying to help in all those areas which are not yet taken care of, as far as equal treatment is concerned. And I wanted to reference what my colleague said and what you said just now. A few months ago, I proposed that we should take on the subject of transgender persons. And the first thing that we have done in this regard was co-financing of the first Polish Day of Visibility of Transgender Persons. It was on the 25th of March. And it was organized in our public institution, in the Zamek Center of Culture. It was in the most prestigious venue of the city, which is also supervised and maintained by the city of Poznań. So we do know that, for example, Lambda is going to want to co-organize it next year. There was a lot of interest on the part of everyone, and everyone was extremely satisfied with this day. Another thing is I also wanted to suggest what can be done internally, because it's not only about different events. We organize discussions and workshops and so on. And we were wondering what else we can do as far as grassroots go. We opened a call to organize education activities concerning the right communication with transgender pupils and students at schools. Because we do know that teachers, despite their goodwill, don't know how to communicate with those people. And we do know that such people are there. What does the school supervisory office say about that? Well, the call was closed recently, and we already have the organization that is going to carry out those activities. And we are not talking about the education of students and pupils, but it's about the teachers. Yes, but the teachers are quite afraid of the school supervisory authority. You, Krzysztof, you work hand in hand with the city. What is the biggest challenge for you? Do you think it's possible to open a place that is a place of refuge for people who didn't succeed in something? Well, I think that there are more successes in the recent years, not only the hostel that we opened for the LGBTQ community. We very often save lives of those who come to us. And at the moment we have 7 or 8 people at the hostel. So we can still accept 3 other people. And there was a person who approached me during the parade, and they thanked me. And this was amazing, because it was a person who was waiting for their 18th birthday, and on that day they left their family home and were able to go to a safe place. We have the LGBT charter. We have the Queer Museum that is now under construction. And for me, a side issue that has shown me something important was when the war broke out in Ukraine, and we were creating a center for the refugees. And I have seen a kind of ad in Polish and Ukrainian, which said, if you have any problems, you should go to Lambda Warszawa. And it wasn't our doing, it was the city that has posted this ad. My first statement was really that, as if I was against all the people from the local governments. But we have to remember that the city is not only the mayor of the city. And I think that at some point the inhabitants and the authorities have to meet, and they have to be ready to undertake something. And I think that this is already happening in Warsaw. Maybe in the city center, where the percentage of non-normative people is 25 or 30%, this is quite pressing, and it is similar in the neighboring communities around Warsaw. Now, there are a lot of representatives of different cities in the room. What do you think, what would be the most important thing from your point of view? And maybe our panelists or other people will take it into consideration. Education. What else could be important? some top-down educational activities. This is very important. It was mentioned by Margot and by Professor Orłowski. So this is very important. Okay, so creating this visual identity of the offices, opening the offices. Yes, I wanted to say a few words. My name is Anna Siemieniuk. I live in Warsaw, and I wanted to share my story, my personal story with you. And it's a story of encountering city officials, and it should serve as an inspiration rather than a critique. And I also got a comment that the public official who's the headmistress of a kindergarten, that she should act within the limits of the law. And my story was that I talked with the headmistress of a kindergarten. I was looking for a kindergarten for my child, and I asked her what would happen if my child is discriminated against due to the fact that that she has two moms. And the conversation was very long, and there were different subjects that we talked about. And the first thing was that she said that she's a public official and she acts within the limits of the law, and she cannot treat us as family because according to the Polish law we are not a family. And the second thing was she asked me how the child addresses us, and I said mom, and she suggested that maybe my child should address us as mom and aunt. So I wanted to point your attention to the quite atypical things where it's not very easy for us. Yes, I think that we should educate both within and to the outside.
We need to wrap up any minute now. Anyone else asking for the floor? If not, could you conclude in a bullet point? What would be your minimal agenda to push the envelope forward in your organizations with LGBT issues? We are recording this meeting, so when we meet next year, we will make you accountable. Your minimal agenda, what would you like to see done within the next 12 months? I wanted to outline my strategy, but if I may briefly, I'd like to share an anecdote. When I was appointed proxy of the mayor, I was asked, "You've worked so many years in NGOs, in education, so I hear what you're saying about education. It's going to be so hard for you, a new context, a new legal framework." And I thought to myself, my nightmare is I'm sitting at my desk, my friends are coming and saying, "We need this and this and that," and I'm saying, can't do, no money, hands tied. That is my vision, my nightmare. And so I'm doing everything not to let this happen, not to end up like that, not to work in this mode. And I have a lot of people around me who don't do that either. And this is the stereotype of a public official, because often you cannot do too much at the local level. You have to go to the central level. But my strategy, what I want to do in Wrocław, is mainstreaming. So, in every possible way, to stress intersectionality, to stress that we are here as a community. We are residents in Wrocław, the greater Wrocław. We have needs. If Wrocław is a city for everyone, who is everyone? Does it include LGBTQ people and rainbow families? So if we have a family day in Wrocław, it includes rainbow families. If psychological assistance is offered by our city centers, it covers LGBTQ people. We were a co-organizer of a congress of LGBTQ people's parents. So it's not my minimal agenda, but it's a strategy, a mainstreaming strategy to show everywhere that we are here and we have to be included. Krzysztof, let's skip you for a moment and talk about the other cities. The minimal program, the minimal agenda for the next 12 months. Well, it's hard to tell because I'm very happy at work because I have full support of the mayor, the chief mayor and the deputy mayor, Solarski. Mind you, it was on the initiative of the deputy mayor, Jędrzej Solarski, and with the support of the chief mayor, that a manual has just been published, or rather a book called A Queer or a Different Poznań. It will be officially released next week. It's a book of interviews with LGBTQ people from our city. That's the mock-up, because the book is still in the press. What I would suggest is all of you read that book over the next 12 months and see what is life in the Polish San Francisco like. Speaking of rainbow families, the point that's been raised, we have opened a call to select an organization to provide psychological support to LGBTQ people and rainbow families. So what's your agenda for next year? Just one measure to take? I think to keep up all the good work, to continue the initiatives. We are planning to hold the Poznań Equality Week for the first time. We used to have so-called tolerance days each November. Cool. Time is short. Let's move on. What about Warsaw? Our dream in Warsaw is to include business, integrate you in diversity actions. We want to invite you, business, big and small, in Warsaw to work with us. We have a very good relationship with NGOs for a long time. We haven't had that kind of close relationship with businesses yet, and not in inclusion and diversity. So that's our dream for the next 12 months. Marta is staying with us later on, so if you want to catch up with her. Adam, what about Lodz, the city of Lodz? What is your minimal agenda for the next 12 months? It's really hard to come up with simple answers, but I think in the perfect world, well, Lodz is not much different from the cities represented here on the stage. It seems to me that if I were to come up with a wish, my wish is to make sure that diversity, inclusion, tolerance, whatever you say, that it's no longer leveraged by politicians in their day-to-day strife, that it's taken out of daily politics. And actually, the political system favors this in Poland and worldwide. Polarization is present everywhere, Scandinavia, Spain, San Francisco. People are so divided. So I think these issues should be self-evident. They should be saved from the current political argument. So we don't have to feel ashamed about current events. I've had to explain to many corporations and international partners what the so-called LGBT free zones mean. It was like with migrants now, it was just a political leverage. Without much thinking, like you push a shovel of coal in the fire, it's just to stoke up that fire to rile people. I think that's an important point for the next 12 months, not just for the cities represented here, but for the entire community. Krzysztof, back to you to make things difficult, looking beyond a single city. What would have to happen in the next 12 months for the LGBTQ community in Poland to feel the change? That is a tough question. I think one measure is quite hard to capture. I hope that every resident, LGBTQ resident, knows that the local government is with them. It's immensely important. I may be sort of controversial by saying that local governments should not be afraid of being standing up for LGBTQ people. That's sort of to follow up on the LGBTQ free zones. So local governments should educate, and wherever they can, I know they have their limits, but wherever they can, they should follow anti-discrimination and pro-equality policies. Thank you. Just one comment. Well, the speaker is not speaking in the microphone, so we cannot interpret them. Alas, sorry for that.
Tak samo, albo może w innym stopniu, ale tak samo małych miejscowości, jak i ogromnych miast. I nie możemy mówić, że problem nie dotyczy naszego miasta, bo na pewno dotyczy.
Ja tylko małe sprostowanie. Ja się z panią...
I couldn't agree with you more, but the moderator asked me whether I have a problem in my role. I'm not saying there's no problem, and the Lodz is a green island with palms and flowers. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I do not feel constrained. There are no political, organizational barriers to what I do in public discourse. Well, I'm very happy that we have opened this debate. This is the first meeting of this kind with representatives of cities and business. We really want that to happen. We hope that we can continue in the years to come. We'll come back to what we have been saying today. We will remember those wishes that you've said today. And we want to show you that local governments are not stiff officials behind the counter. We want to talk to one another, to say who we are and what we need. Thank you so much for that. And I need to thank Wrocław, Poznań, Warsaw, Lodz, and Lambda Warsaw for sharing with us what they can and cannot do and what they want to do in the next 12 months. Thank you very much for being with us.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you. I was surprised by the sports metaphor and the story of the football club in Lodz, which is red, apparently, as we've heard. I'm a big football fan. I follow a Warsaw club. And the owner of the Warsaw-based club, Polonia, is also a partner in one of the companies sponsoring this Congress. But let's not talk about football. That was just an aside in the interim. Now we're gonna talk about Pushing the Limits of Inclusive Business Running, which is the title of the next debate, to be moderated by Aleksandra Karasińska, Editor-in-Chief on Forbes Women Poland, and her guests are the people you know from the very popular cover of Forbes Women, recently published in Poland. Thank you very much. I will invite our protagonists to come and join me on stage. Agnieszka Kulikowska of Page Executive, Kinga Nowakowska of Capital Park Group, Joanna Pastor of Accenture, and Bianka Siwińska of Perspektywy Education Foundation. Please come and join us. Thank you very much for the invite. I'm very happy to be here with you to talk about equality, respect, diversity, and human rights. Now, this is the cover of Forbes Women Poland with our protagonists. They are not all here today, but when I was preparing for this debate, I thought to myself, well, we hadn't known each other before that publication. And, you know, these people are CEOs, board members, executives, and they went public as lesbians. They decided to come out publicly, not just in the jobs or bubbles, but publicly to everyone who reads Forbes, which is everyone in Poland and abroad. And so I thought, I never said it, but what made you do it? And how did it change your professional careers, your positions? I will ask these questions, but before that, why don't you introduce yourselves? I think people in the audience may know you, but who are you? What do you do? Agnieszka Kulikowska. I am senior partner with Page Executive. So I'm responsible for picking people for executive boards. I'm also on the management board of Michael Page, one of the biggest recruitment organizations in Poland, and I'm with Campaign Against Homophobia and NGOs. I am board member of the Capital Park Group, owner of the Royal Villanów or the Norblin factory developments, but I'm also co-founder of Bio Bazaar. I have set up a fund supporting women's investments, etc. My name is Joanna. I'm senior manager with Accenture for 11 years now in the software and platforms practice. I founded our first network, Pride Network, in 2016, and we had 800 allies in the network, which was a big challenge, but also a big success. And I have a big focus on intersectionality. Thank you. Bianka. My name is Bianka Siwińska. I'm CEO of the Perspektywy Education Foundation. Last week, I hosted an event which brought together 11,000 women. Many of you were there, so hello again. And the fun fact is, about 12 years ago, I founded a public campaign under the motto, if you don't read, I'm not gonna have sex with you. Bianka, you came to me first. What made you come up with this initiative to have this cover? Why did you decide to come out personally? Well, I thought I'm well established enough, self-confident enough, my position is strong enough, I have so much privilege that it is my obligation to do more. And I thought, I feel so self-confident. I'm living in a bubble of people who accept me, who make me feel safe. So being a lesbian is not an issue, really. And I felt that as a prominent figure, if I may say so, it is my duty to do so. It's 2023, an election year as well, a year of courage and brave steps I'm trying to make in my life, risky decisions I'm making. So I decided that a public coming out would be a great step forward to building a better Poland, more open, inclusive, friendly, and normal. And if you have to come out, why do it piecemeal? I decided to show my face on the cover of the best possible magazine. I like sweeping gestures in large-scale formats. So and then I met you and Gosia. So many factors coincided, and I also met the girls, who are super brave and super smart, and I decided that the time is now. Cool, Kinga, the time is now. Bianca said, you're super bold. You work in the world of finance, which I know is quite conservative. Did you have second thoughts? Did you have doubts? Did you think it could hurt your career?
Well, to be honest, a little bit just before that, but it was too late to have such concerns. Agnieszka asked me during the lunch whether I agree to that, and it would be a problem if I would say no afterwards. So it was this sense of obligation and sense of frustration when you know, for example, that somebody is gay or a lesbian, if they are a politician or an actor or somebody who is very prominent, and they say that they are not, or they are even homophobic, then I thought that we should really give example, and of course I agreed to that. And afterwards, following the photo shoot, when I knew that there was no going back, I was wondering what now, because I am out for a long time now, both at work and at home, and it wasn't a problem for me. But allowing this post to be seen by 70,000 or 100,000 people, and for some third persons to talk about it, it was another side of this challenge. So there were some concerns, and I very often repeat that, not only in this friendly environment, but also in the unfriendly one. We live in a country where the electoral campaign always causes some hate and brings up some hateful statements. For example, the LGBT free zones, or when Mr. Kaczyński aired some TV spots shot during pride marches, pride parades, that they would not allow same-sex marriages. It was everything that coincided here. And you, Agnieszka, did you decide immediately when Bianca called you? Yes, I can remember very well the dinner when we met about Forbes and about the cover of Forbes. And I thought that this is a great idea. I have been out since my primary school, in my high school, during my university time and my first workplace. But it wasn't the scale. At the beginning, of course, I had some doubts. I knew that this campaign was going to be huge, but I knew at the same time that we would support a lot of different people in bigger cities and smaller towns, and we really wanted this campaign to reach everyone possible. And I am very happy that the Forbes Women magazine is available at newsagents, at different stores, and there was great feedback. We've been addressed both individually and collectively, different people, men, boys, women, that they felt really more confident thanks to our campaign. And there is another issue about that. In our community, we very often talk about the March is the well, what you said about the gay parades. It was important for us to show also the lesbians as somebody who is empowered. Joanna, what was it in your case? I think that the girls said everything. Well, I didn't have any doubts, and of course, I wanted to say that being a lesbian is not a revolutionary gesture in itself, but I didn't have any doubts. I was out during my studies, and I work at an organization when it was never a problem, never an issue. I was always supported by my managers and everyone else, and this is also why our company really has grown. And I also was caught in this privilege bubble, and I have heard the obligation phrase, but we have to remember that we don't do it for ourselves, but we do it for those girls from smaller localities, for those who don't have anyone to talk to, and that they are very alone with it. We will talk about visibility and what happened after the publication, but you have said who you have done this for, and I understand why you have done it. And now a question to Bianca. What happened after it was released? What was the reality? Did anything, was it in line with your expectations? Well, I also work in academia. I work with engineers and with different people. And I knew that it wasn't that obvious. I knew that it had to be done. And I was wondering whether anything would change. So officially, nothing changed for me. There was no negative feedback. That's shocking. Yeah, it is. It was weird. So I think that we haven't reached everyone with our message. But I feel far better, and I am happy that I don't have to out myself anymore till the end of my life, because you can easily find it, and there is no doubt about it. And just as you all have said, all the little lesbians and the little gays and all the people who are not normative somewhere there. It's nice that we were able to pass this message to say that we are afraid, that this is a very difficult decision, that at the same time we are very successful women, that we are very proud and happy to be lesbians, and that's something important in our lives, and that this diversity can be a source of strength and joy. And I am very happy that we were able to sell it this way. I think it was a breakthrough. What happened for you? Well, I am also very shocked because there were no negative comments, no negative messages. There was this flood of love and openness. And I also, did you have any offers of relationships? Yeah, I think that being flooded with love and positivity and thanking me that it is so courageous and that it's the right step in the right direction. And I once again realized that this shame with which we grow up, maybe unlike us, because we were youths during the 90s, and it was even more difficult. But even now, such gestures are extremely important to translate this fear into pride and into strength. And I think it was also discussed during the previous panel whether it is important for Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski to join the Pride Parade. And my political views are not really relevant here, but it's important for them to say that we are safe here, that there is no shame that is all around there. Now, going back to the business context, because Forbes is a very conservative environment, there is a lot of money, and it was never a driver of positive change or progressive thinking in terms of equality, social equality, also economic equality. Do you think this is the right moment to come out in Forbes? Well, it was perfect, really, and I am very happy that she decided to do it, and you should give her a round of applause, because it was really courageous on her part. Because as far as readers and sales go, of course, this is for all of us very important, but for her, it's the sales of Forbes Woman that she has to account for, and it's maybe more interesting than the list of 100 richest Poles. I think that there are no people from the list of richest Poles in the room, and we are now waiting for men on the cover. You have been a part of it for years. Yes, I have also experienced a lot of support from all the people, and I think that this is something that doesn't fit the image, because there are very different groups who are hated. There are lesbians, gays, and I received a lot of support, and there are a lot of people congratulating me. For example, on a plane recently, a woman congratulated me, so there was a lot of positive support. But as far as business goes, nothing changed. Talking with investors, talking with funds stays the same. So I think that we have done it a little bit too late, because if we have done it a few years earlier, we would have even greater impact. It would be more shocking. Maybe it would be more difficult, but I think that this is a moment when hating anyone is something bad, and benefiting from diversity is recognized. Recently, I participated in an event organized by a big advisory company, and one of our colleagues who organized a platform for the Pride Parade, and she said that it was very difficult to convince the board to organize that. It was an international company. She reached out to the CEO and to the deputy CEO. She took them to the parade, and they were preparing for a year to be able to do that. And I also wanted to thank all the companies who participated in the parade, because the support of companies is really key to us. And they also said that they work for the state treasury, and it's a political statement. And I don't think it's political, it's rather human. So I think that there is still a lot to do. I think you said two opposite things. First, that you have done it too late, and the other thing about the global company who was providing a platform for the Pride Parade. How did you feel following all that? And did you confirm anything, or were you somehow disappointed at any point? There was a lot of this overwhelming support, and I was very happy about that. And when we were searching for women to appear on the cover, we talked with our colleagues who were CEOs of bigger companies who are lesbians and who didn't want to appear on the cover. So I think that this is this generational change, that we were the most senior lesbians who decided to appear on the cover. But I also wanted to reference to this business theme. We are a recruitment company. We work with hundreds and thousands of different organizations, and we are very close to those subjects. And I am also part of the board of the campaign against homophobia. And I think that this was the best moment to do that. Yes, but Forbes Woman was not there 5 years ago. Yes, but 3 years ago, nobody wrote about the parade on LinkedIn. People were afraid of that. And we wrote about the parade only on Facebook. And I think that this critical mass effect was achieved 3 years ago. There are a lot of us. We talk about it. And I think that it's the success of all of us. Before we talk about the new initiative, maybe we should sum up this whole campaign. It was a few months ago. How were the sales of this issue? Well, the sales were worse, and very often there is better sales of the issues with someone who is very well known, for example, Ania Lewandowska. But on Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram, we have more outreach, and there are not so many hateful comments, maybe some critical comments. And there were some where they would say that this is not the place to talk about your personal business, and that sexuality is not a subject to be discussed at work. So there were some comments saying that we pushed it too far, but in my company I didn't encounter any negative comments. We have very different magazines, and we organize management meetings, and I never encountered any comments that I went over some limits. I didn't get such negative feedback. Rather from our followers, but not necessarily from our readers. When thinking about what we write about for the past 4 years, it's rather for those who have firm belief about it, and we have social media managers who moderate all the social media channels, and there were some comments about that.
Just one important point to raise. Perhaps we were the faces on the cover, but in the magazine there was another important photo, not 5 senior executive lesbians, as you said, but 15 girls, and that is cool. Some of them are with us right now, so thank you very much, girls. I think it's even more important because it shows that it's not exceptional or abnormal. It's people's firm belief that it's important to come out because it matters. And the time is now. Now, what could be interesting for you to know is a new initiative opened by the LGBTQ+ network of networks. It's called Workplace, a home away from home. There's a feature in the new Forbes Women issue, and also there's a public letter. What is it about, Agnieszka? You initiated it. I was inspired by We Are Open, a Hungarian NGO. 4 years ago, they published a letter signed by 100 CEOs. It was published online and offline. They signed a declaration of diversity. Diversity is important, appreciate everyone, look at people's performance, not who they are, what color, what sexual orientation. And the LGBTQ network of networks, it's important to know, there are rainbow networks in individual companies, but we got together in this informal group, LGBTQ plus network of networks. We had a cool workshop at Skanska, and we discussed this initiative that is the product of that work. 30 business leaders whom we invited, companies that generally support our community. They do a lot, they want to do more. They decided to sign this letter of support, a declaration that was published by Forbes. And they say they commit to do this and this and that for our community, such as their culture will be based on equality and diversity. They will offer equal benefits to opposite sex and same-sex couples as partners of their employees. So people are getting the same kind of bonus, voucher, whatever sex, whatever gender your partner is, or a day off work if you're getting married, even if it's not a legal opposite-sex marriage in Poland. So they will be supporting the network and our community by working with NGOs. That is so cool. Big companies joined, international and Polish, and we would like to give a boost to this initiative by adding more companies to the list, including small companies. You don't have to set up a network, but you are expected to offer the same rights and benefits to all of your people. That is our dream. And two organizations that supported us are Open for Business and Campaign Against Homophobia. So on this point, the letter of support for the LGBTQ plus community, the CEOs of big business organizations. We are almost over time, but why don't you each say why visibility of LGBTQ plus leaders, men and women, is important in Poland in 2023? Bianca, starting with you. Right. Elections are ahead. We cannot sit and wait to be targeted. Let's move forward. Let's be visible. We are also talking to guys to appear on the cover. We are encouraging other magazines, and I hope Poland will become normal. Joanna, let me start by disagreeing slightly with Kinga. You're saying hate is cringy. I'm not saying that. Hate has become very much in recently with people getting polarized. So visibility, people behind stories. Historically, disprivileged groups telling their story rather than being an add-on to stories of white, cis, heterosexual, fully bodied men. These stories should be standalone stories rather than just an add-on. Attempts have been made by Polish politicians to say LGBT people are an ideology. It's easier to hate ideology, not so easy to hate a person. So it's important to give a face and a story to that. Kinga, visibility. Well, nobody will do this job for us. We have to face it, stand up for ourselves, rather than pretending to be someone else. Why are gestures so important? When I came back to Poland after spending many years abroad, there was the first parade in 1988. I heard it on the news that there were 4 gay men who met for the parade in the center of Warsaw, and they were mugged. Now, 22 years later, we had 150,000 people in the parade, 200 organizations, dozens of platforms floats. So gestures are important. And one of those prides was banned by the then mayor of Warsaw, Kaczyński, and the embassy of Warsaw, the embassy of the US in Warsaw. They were flying the rainbow flag on that day, so when we saw it, we just cried. It has to happen, but it will not happen unless people stand up for themselves, like those 4 courageous gay men who stood up for themselves years ago. Agnieszka, your final words. Why is visibility so damn important? Yeah, I do believe in role modeling. I'm so sorry to say that there were no role models when we were growing up. Maria Dąbrowska, the Polish early 20th century writer, Maria Konopnicka, a 19th century poet. Well, people don't even remember they existed. Nobody knows that Frédéric Chopin was bisexual, so we had no positive role models to follow. So it's great there are so many of them now, because it really does impact people's attitudes and mindsets from the very early years. And the media, like Netflix, they show us our narrative in a different way than used to be the case. People being homosexual are not shown, or they're not stigmatized, they're not victimized on the shows, they are not dying tragically. It's just one of our characteristics. But it should be mainstreamed and normalized. That's why role modeling is important. Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for Bianka Siwlińska, Joanna Pastor, Kinga Nowakowska, and Agnieszka Kulikowska. My name is Aleksandra Karasińska of Forbes Women Polska.
Dzięki bardzo.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. Well, we've heard so many interesting presentations. Are you happy to hear that this will be the final debate? Or are you hungry for more? I hope you're hungry for more. I've got my notes here because the title of this debate is really long. Exclusion versus belonging. Combating stereotypes and building bridges between the LGBTQ+ community and the external environment. To be moderated by Ela Bonda, Diversity and Inclusion Lead, NatWest Polska. Good afternoon. Thank you for sticking with us. I know we are running late and this is the very final panel discussion, but I can promise you this, it will be very interesting. Though the last debate was so inspiring, I wish it had been longer. What we are going to discuss now is exclusion, which is difficult, but also belonging, important and much more positive. My guests will talk about how to combat stereotypes and build bridges between the community for which we are meeting here today and the external environment. We will dwell on that. So let's have the speakers. Joanna Obstój, Engineering Director with Google. Maciek Wituszyński, HR Director, Shell. Rafał Dębę, now that's a long title, member of the advisory body to Open for Business, coordinator of the Rainbow Network and director of strategy and business support, Santander Bank Polska. Last but totally not least, Dr. Sandra Fryderysiak, sociologist, culture scientist, gender studies expert at the SWPS University and the Lodz University, anti-discrimination trainer. They are kissing on stage. That's indecent. I don't know if I'm allowed to use swear words, but I am generally known as the queen of fuck-ups. Now, on a serious note, that's sad, but we'll cheer you up later on. According to a 2019 OCO press survey, 41% of Poles believed that the LGBTQ+ community is too flagrantly showing off their sexuality. 20% of people thought that same-sex couples wanted to adopt children to hurt them. 20+% of respondents said that LGBT+ people are a risk to their families. 40+% said that their religious feelings were offended by the LGBT+ community. Overall, 61% said that at least one of the stereotypes was true. Only 40% or less did not believe in those hurtful stereotypes. There's a lot of work to be done, right? I think we heard it in each of the panels and presentations. Is business a leader in combating stereotypes in Poland? What do you think, Joasia? Hi, I think it is. It has been for me in my private life. I like to use this metaphor. When you go to work, you come to an embassy. So the rules of the game are different indoors, inside, in your office. So the culture in the companies I worked with, and I started my career in London, but then I came back to Poland. That culture was always very inclusive and open to diversity. My coming out to myself and to the world was very much combined with the network at my company, what I heard from them, what I learned from them, unlearning my internalized homophobia. That was not the only thing, but it was important. And now that I look at Poland today, 2023, I think we are lagging behind the West, and to consider where we are now, we have a long way to go. A lot of people are still in the closet in our companies, but now, with the change in culture, they can start to breathe in and breathe out. Rafał, you've been nodding. I've been nodding and listening to those smart comments, but my take is slightly different. In my opinion, the leaders are NGOs. NGOs which are so energetic and put in so much effort to make our lives better. And I also want to say that NGOs, in the vast majority, the LGBTQ+ NGOs in Poland are voluntary organizations. That is, they use volunteering. So I'm very happy that we work on rainbow issues at work, and then I complain to people that it takes up so much of our time, but that's nothing compared to people in NGOs who run vast projects. For instance, the Equality Parade, the Polish Pride Parade, held just last weekend in Warsaw. More than 100,000 people participating, all thanks to volunteers, and they really deserve the credit. What's also important is that business have an impact on people's education and behavior. Maybe you will share more exact statistics, but I've heard that there are 1.2 million students, university students in Poland, and 16,000 workers in Poland. So business is really should feel accountable for doing this great job that the NGOs are largely doing, and they deserve our support. Thank you, Maciej. Rafał stole the show. In fact, when you look at the reality, our organizations, our companies have done a lot, but the actual leader on the forefront are activists in NGOs. They have prompted companies, businesses to follow the lead. They make companies better. Activists in NGOs are also parts of corporations. They work with companies. So we, companies, also put in a lot of effort to provide support, but we are we have a great responsibility. All we do to promote diversity not only impacts the 16 million workers in Poland, who impact their families, their friends, we change their attitudes. So when I come to think about what we do, I believe we need to educate, to change people's mindsets, to build alliances, have allies to jointly change the world for the better, for us, for the community, and for our children. So businesses are much more than workplaces. They have an impact on the local community. Thank you. What about the academia? Hello. In the academia, it's better than it used to be, but it's not perfect yet. Some universities in Poland are putting in place anti-discrimination policies. They are active, they engage in social campaigns, but it's not good enough because the topic is so vast. Inclusiveness, LGBTQ+, inclusion has a lot of different factors. So it's not just for schools to support the community and communicate that it's a safe space, while so much hate and violence is taking place in political discourse. It's not enough to just fly the flag as a symbol to show that we are here for you and that we are a safe space, we support you. I'm speaking of the day-to-day existence of students and university workers. They must feel that they are not being discriminated against in the school or at the university. Schools can also run surveys on the situation of the minorities, the LGBTQ+ community. The curricula, the teaching curricula should also be sufficiently diverse. So it's a long way to go, it seems. Thank you.
I want to be practical about that and to add something in such an expert panel. We will talk about best practices, but I wanted to go back to the fuck-ups and what hasn't worked well as far as anti-discrimination and promoting inclusion goes, so that somebody doesn't go this way, that there was something that was unsuccessful. What would you say, Rafał? Well, there must be a number of such bad examples, and you said the first few words, and if somebody wants to get something done ASAP, then they will reap fuck-ups. And I think that in the LGBT community and in this realm, all the bad actions can have also bad results. There is this example by the Yes company. If you haven't heard about the campaign, there was this promotional campaign where LGBT plus persons who buy wedding rings, and there is the introduction of single-sex marriages within 2 years, then the company will reimburse the price for the wedding rings. And the company was also one of the signatories of one of the initiatives that we talked during the Forbes Women panel. And the company was very inclusive in its communication. And I think that they are very honest about their support to the LGBT plus community, but I think that they haven't done the right job here, that they evoked some very painful emotions, that we do not have what we would really like to have as LGBT plus community. I don't know why this campaign come to pass, but I think that it was done too quickly, and the community was not involved in it. I think it's important to involve such people. In the case of LGBT plus Diamonds Forum, there are always some patrons who show us whether we do the right job or not. So much when speaking about fuck-ups. Asha, what about you? Well, I don't have any big examples. I think that we should be always involved in different activities. I think that there should be representation during important meetings. And one surprising thing to me was that mandatory education doesn't work. I was an advocate of making managers do trainings, and I think that there is no research proving that mandatory education will bring positive change in companies. Well, I think that it can be a starting point, and this mandatory education can be a starting point. Well, what didn't work in your company, Maciej? Well, I think that we shouldn't only rely on the networks that will do all the work. We shouldn't base our whole activity on the activists, because this won't work. I think that the activity of HR departments can be also a problem if they have too much on their plates, and that we should do something about the HR departments. Also talking with managers that it should become part of their agenda, and that we are those who have the knowledge and who have the skills and who can help them in doing that. And another thing that I have encountered when I was an HR director was putting a lot of pressure on the managers and trying to get some policies or rules through pressure. So I think that sometimes we should give up and not put too much pressure, but rather educate them. Okay, Sandra? I also have a story that relates to what you said, Rafał. The strategies, the aim of which is to work for a given community, should be created and consulted with the community. And it happened to me. I encountered such situations when there are some solutions proposed which are completely useless and not needed, and maybe the initiating side had good intentions, but at the same time they didn't want to hear the voice of the community. They didn't want to get to know their needs, and they knew better than the community. And I think that it is very often the case for business and also for the academia. We talked a bit about different factors for business where diversity and inclusion is introduced. We have HR departments, we have specialists for EDI, we have networks who do the most here. And what is your experience, Asha? Is it the role of the HR department to take care of it, or should the networks do it? Well, I do believe in the economy of scale, and I think that we should all cooperate, the NGOs and the business and all the groups which are the stakeholders. So I don't think that it should be taken care by only one group. I think that the leadership and the HR departments and NGOs and networks, we all work together. And this is something that really creates the culture that cannot be really created by one subgroup. And you can hear more and more about it. And some companies, of course, shy away from the subject in Poland. And they wait for the networks to be created, and they wait for the gays and the lesbians to get out of the closet and do something, and it sometimes does not work, and the people who are excluded don't want to shoulder the burden of educating everyone. So I think that there should be some kind of symmetry, some kind of economy of scale. And as far as we are concerned, we have HRs which have the a market plan. For EDI, there is some kind of tracking, some kind of targets, and we also have budget to pay for it. Our colleagues from the D&I unit help us when we have any doubts, and they are the experts. Then we also have the networks, which do a lot. The Pride network is not so numerous at the moment, but we want to enlarge it. And they take up this executive role. They, for example, book the platforms on the balloons or all that. And what we are lacking at the moment are the allies, who maybe are not part of the networks or HR department or the D&I unit, but they are rather the employees, and their education and involvement is going to be our next objective, because without that we will not be able to achieve success. Because we spend a lot of time at the company, and we can change it. We can become leaders if we turn those people into allies who are educated, who go back home, who can talk about those subjects, and who can change the mind of their grannies. Sandra, do you think that allies are so very important as Joanna says? Yes, of course. I am an ally, and I'm not a member of the LGBTQ+ community. And my view of allyship is the use of my own privileges for the benefit of the other group. And it's also, well, obliging to be an attentive listener to the needs of the people and of a given community, and to not think for them what they might need. And we have a lot of allies in the university, in the academia. And I also co-created the Mid-Gender organization. It's a student organization that is dedicated to the LGBT+ community. And thanks to our different activities, organizing Queer and Here conferences every year, being visible, showing that we are there, and cooperating with other organizations, other activists, and also by inviting members of the academia to and show them what queer studies, gender studies are. We issue brochures, some educational brochures, and I think that the result of all that is that we have more and more allies at our university, and it's really great. Rafał, you have worked for different organizations, and you once worked for NatWest, and we still miss you. And I wanted to ask you what you encountered on your path. What was most successful as far as battling stereotypes goes? I think this is a very difficult question for many reasons. Thinking of NatWest, where we worked together, this is a very mature organization as far as EDI goes. So I don't think that there are any milestones that I was witnessing that there was some great effect to them, but I think that a great initiative is LGBT Diamonds Awards, which brings together many people every year, where you can get to know how business works for the benefit of the LGBT community. And this is an initiative that reaches 500,000 people, and it's a huge initiative. And as far as things that are important to me go, I very often quote this example, which is the Rainbow Network. And when I got this rainbow piece of paper after 1 year of work at the company, saying, "Thank you that you are with us," and even though I spent a lot of time in different inclusive organizations where somebody tolerates me, and here somebody was very happy that I was there, and that they were happy that we were diverse, and that it's valuable to all of us. And I could give you a lot of examples, but I think that even small but very personal things bring about the biggest results. Maciek, your top 3 or top 10 or top 1 things? Well, I think that education is most important. In 2023, this subject has still not been dealt with, and I think that as far as formal education goes, there is no talk about that. And what we are doing is just an ersatz. And this education should be done far earlier, and our employees should be educated far earlier. We should build ally groups in order to change the awareness. Our organization has 5,000 people in Poland, and if we count all their partners and families, then we talk about several thousand people who can be influenced. Their thinking can be influenced. They can influence their local communities, and the politics will not change as long as we don't change the society. And of course, the government would not get support using the slogans that they are using if the society was different. And of course, we can try to change, we should be the ones to change the world. Joanna, what did it look like in the companies that you worked in? Were there things that could be implemented, introduced? Well, before Google, I worked at Goldman in London, and the then CEO in 2012 was a very private CEO. it was a brand that didn't often appear in the media, and the CEO at the moment said that he was for homosexual marriages, and it was something uncanny at the moment. And of course, many clients went away from the bank, and he was the first at Wall Street to do that. And of course, I was very amazed by what he has done. A year ago, I have seen that they have flown the trans people flag on a campus in India. And this is the kind of courage that I really like. And I think that if a company has a lot of capital, and then if it won't lose business through such actions, then they should do it, because it's something that is not only profitable, but it's the right thing to do. So I am very much for such movements. And it's really upsetting to me that the companies are afraid. And I really like companies like Yes, even though they have made a mistake recently. And they are a Polish company, and I really like them, and I will. Well, I think that they were sorry for the campaign eventually. Yes, I think that you make mistakes, but you should react when they happen. Now, your dreams and what the reality is?
What are your thoughts, your expectations as regards the situation of the LGBTQ+ community in Poland in 4 or 5 years to come? Your realistic vision and your dream vision, Sandra. In Poland, you say? Poland, yes, Poland. Well, I am optimistic. I may be naive, but I'm sort of hoping against all hope that the tide will turn this autumn with the election, and that the requirements, the needs of the LGBTQR community in Poland are met. Marriage equality, human conditions or humane conditions of transition, gender correction. And I'm also thinking of university spaces. We just talked about what has succeeded, the milestones behind us. Well, on the initiative of our University Students Club, on the initiative of the club members, a manual was published for trans-inclusive teaching. And we are offering equality and trans-inclusive teaching and inclusive language. I've offered workshops myself. We do it more and more. It's not enough, but I think we're heading in the right direction. So step-by-step changes, using the pronouns, allowing people to change the first name in the university system. They were small steps that really made the difference. So I'm positive about the future. Things are gonna get better. Rafał. I'm also positive about the future. My minimum program is we're gonna move forward. Unless things change the way we want them to change, they will change in business anyway, and business is a huge driver. If you look at the Generation Z, or even a broader group, 74% in the young age group say they wouldn't accept a job offer from a company if they knew that the direct superior is inclusive and supports equality. It's a critical mass in the young generation. That force cannot be stopped. So I think we are in for a change, and I'm really hoping that marriage equality will be here. And suddenly we will find out that all these people are happy and that is not a problem for anyone. So we will be in a very different place in 5 years from now. And then, yes, we'll be happy that they pulled out from this campaign, because otherwise they would have to reimburse everyone. Asia, you may not know, but some companies in Warsaw offer you as an employee to take a parental leave if your LGBTQ partner is pregnant. So there are embassies out there. This should be done by the government, but it's done by business, and that makes me hopeful. Companies are doing that. You can work with them. We can pretend that's a life we can have. And I'm really optimistic, as the others on the panel. I think it's a snowball. Nobody can stop it. No government, no municipality will stop it, and that we will be celebrating marriage equality and all the other rights our community deserves. Thank you. How about you? What are your thoughts, dreams, plans, and expectations? Whether it's going to happen this autumn or in 4 years from now, I think this tide cannot be turned. This is a trend that cannot be stopped. The sooner the better, but I hope equality should be self-evident. It should be taken for granted. Nobody should be surprised that the father takes care of the kids. Nobody should be surprised that there are same-sex married couples. It should be normal. That's my dream. That should be behind us. Because how much longer can we wait? And then the other point is, if you look at research, surveys that go beyond our bubbles, things are changing there as well. So it's a generational change. Every 4 years, there's an election with new voters that bring a different perspective with them. And every 4 years, there are some voters who no longer can vote because they are not with us anymore. That's the generational succession, and I think we will get to a place where the world is friendly for everyone. Thank you. We have just a few minutes left, so why don't you turn to our audience in the room and online with a task, kind of homework when they go home, so that you can take something with you when you leave. Sandra, I want to address the allies and everyone. I would encourage you to react to any instances of microaggression in the context of psychosexual identity. Be brave, speak up, without resorting to violence, but being firm in your reaction. Thank you. Rafał, if I can first follow up on what you said, I think there can be a lot of situations where you don't know what to do, but according to what a Polish professor once said, if you don't know what to do, do the right thing. And I have 2 tasks for you. First, in your emails, in your signatures in your emails, add your pronouns. The same, do the same on Facebook, because when we recruit you for our team, or when you address people who recruit others, they know how to address you. And then the second task is go and vote. Yeah, that was my point too. It's the election year. Go and vote. If you know someone who doesn't vote, tell them to vote. Tell them it's important. I think the biggest turnout was 70% when women were first allowed to vote. So we want to break that record now. And if you're ambitious, be brave when you speak as an ally or a member of the LGBTQ+ community, where it may feel less comfortable. When you talk to your grandmother and she says, it's ideology, tell her it's people. From the HR perspective, because we've heard a lot, there are lots of companies which are not yet on the bandwagon to change the policies and make them all-inclusive. Parental, maternal, or parental leaves. Go to your HR people, talk to them, tell them it's high time they changed the policies to make them inclusive for everyone. It's not a big cost, a big expense for the organization, so we can do it. Thank you. If you're in a place where you want to fight for those benefits, you can do it. If you need know-how, come to us. We'll be happy to help. Come to the network of networks or the organizations we represent. Well, I'm not a speaker on this panel. I'm just a modest moderator, but I have a task for you as well. It's important, so let me stand up and walk here to make me look really serious. I hope this can be done quickly. 6 years ago, when we at NatWest had a dream, I can see some colleagues in the room, we came up with the idea of creating an LGBT plus Diamonds Gala to reward allies and activists, to talk without always having to complain or to discuss the bad things. It was hard. It wasn't easy to find partners. We didn't have the trust of the NGOs and the community. Understandably, it was tough. Marzena is with us, I think. She likes my story about the LGBT plus diamonds and visibility. The first gala took place in hiding. We had security at the door because the city wanted us to do that. They didn't want us to get hurt. We were very few in the room. But last year, October, we met at the Studio Theatre in the Palace of Culture, which was lit up in rainbow colors all day and all night. And we have won the trust of the community, which is crucial, as well as we have many partners, many media with us, many businesses. Rafał said we reached to 500,000 people. We jumped from 30 to 200 nominees. My modest request, if we've done it over 6 years in our bubbles, our businesses, our cities, why don't we try to do something together this year for the smaller cities and towns where they don't have what we have? They don't have the support, the money. It's really difficult for them to stand up for themselves. So this is something I want to leave you with. And come to me if you want to join in this initiative, because I'm gonna go and do this revolution. Thank you so much. Sandra Frydrysiak, Rafał Dębek, Asia Obstój, and Maciek Wituszyński. Thank you so much, guys. And Ella Bonda, the moderator. This was the final panel. I'd like to thank everyone, the speakers in this and all the other panels, the moderators of the discussions, and yourselves who have been with us throughout the day. And I hope you're hungry for more, as we said before. because the day is not over yet. We will break now because I think we deserve a break. And we'll tell you more about what's coming. I have thanked everyone, all of you, all of us, and those who made this happen. The organizers, ABSL, NatWest, and Open for Business. The sponsors, the UK Embassy, the Diversity Charter, the Equality Parade, and the partners. And other partners. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is 20 to 6 now, so we have some time to either meet in the lobby, in the wings, and network, have a drink at the bar, have a chat, do some networking, or you can leave and come back at 8 p.m. for the follow-up. This part was hardly official, but the discussion to come later is going to be even less official. And then at 10 p.m. we are having a Diamonds party. I don't know about karaoke yet. We can discuss that. Thank you so much, and I hope we meet again next year. And just like last year, well, some of you were with us last year, some of you weren't, so we can see new faces in the room, and I hope we can see even more faces next year. Thank you very much, and see you soon.